evening.
There. I am unmuted. Who else do we have?
I'm here.
I believe I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Okay, I don't see Bruce or Mike, so let's see if I can get a view that shows more people. There's Bruce. There's Mikey.
We're all here, pal. We're all here.
All right. I would like to call to order the Malibu City Council regular meeting of June 28th, 2021. This meeting is held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate the Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items. You will only be able to speak during the meeting if you follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Once the item is called, no further speaker signups will be allowed. So please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Council members, if you have comments to make during the meeting, please raise your hand and I will call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the record and the public. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Here.
Mayor Grisanti.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay. Karen, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, thank you. All rise. Please put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move.
I'll second.
A first and a second to approve the agenda. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair.
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson.
Yes.
Councilmember Euring.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
May I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on June 17th, 2021.
Okay. Do we have any communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda, but for which the City Council has subject matter jurisdiction?
Yes, we have 3 speakers, Deborah Bianco, Jenny Rosinko, and John Mazza. I don't see Deborah in the meeting quite yet, so we'll start with Jenny.
Okay. Jenny, are you ready?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, good evening, council members. I participated in last week's Planning Commission meeting to express concerns over 2 WCF applications on their agenda, which did not reflect adequate fire and safety compliance. I am personally affected by one of the applications, a WCF upgrade on Canaan. I received the pink notice that I'm within 500 feet of it. Unfortunately, it was well after 9 p.m. when the WCF agenda items were up for review, and the Planning Commission committee members appeared exhausted. I know that I was exhausted. Much of their energy had been expended debating a private equestrian arena. Although the private equestrian arena presented concerns, like the size of the viewing platform and why they needed a lounge, please hear my sarcasm, community fire safety didn't appear to be one of the concerns. I found myself wondering why one person's private horse arena was given so much time and energy, while infrastructure that could adversely affect our entire city was left to the end of the agenda. The committee members were tired and appeared to just want those WCF items dealt with. In fact, perhaps because of their exhaustion, a debate ensued over the color of the WCF installation pole, as well as how much lead time Verizon would have to remove the pole should the city need it removed. Why aren't we as concerned with the fire and safety compliance of the installation as we are with the color of the pole and its sometime in the unknown future removal? Why do these very important agenda items get continued and then pushed to the end of the Planning Commission agenda? A few of us spoke that night pleading for strict fire and safety compliance, but I honestly don't know what the Planning Commission actually approved that night. The last two major Malibu fires were caused by utility negligence. Although the WCF applications are numerous and tedious, each one presents the possibility of the next major Malibu fire unless we make these telecom companies comply with our fire and safety regulations as detailed in our ordinance. Each of these applications deserves the time and energy of the Planning Commission members, not their exhausted, let's just push these through so we can all go to bed energy. Or perhaps the city would consider bringing back the Telecommunications Commission, which was disbanded years ago, to address these applications. I also sent an email about these concerns to the Planning Commission and CC'd all of you, but I just sent it minutes before the start of this meeting, so I also wanted to publicly voice my concerns. I really appreciate you allowing me to speak about this. I know you've had to hear from me a lot in this last year, so thank you. I appreciate your time and service to our community.
Thank you, Jenny.
Our next speaker is John Mazza.
Hi, John, are you available?
Yep, just got unmuted. Well, I just wanted to say a word about the prior speaker. The Planning Commission is overwhelmed. We did put the telephone poles on the agenda just so we could hear them. They've been delayed 2 meetings. The reason we spent so much time on one issue is it totally changed the development of the mountains in Malibu forever. So it was very important. Now, I just want to remind you that next weekend is the 4th of July. Summer's here, if you haven't noticed, and it started about a month ago. And what I want to ask you to do is put the citizens' right to a peaceful life and enjoyment of Malibu at least on a par with the tourists. And I don't mean that in a facetious way. I live about 1,000 feet from the highway, and all I hear is sirens up until about 11:30 at night, and cars racing and motorcycles racing. So that's a big problem with the residents. It's something that can be taken care of. It's taken care of in other cities. You don't see that in a lot of beach cities. We have rampant ignoring of TUP requirements, even though Richard's trying to clamp down on it. People just have car shows and whatever they want, anytime they want, and they depend on the citizens to catch them. And once they get caught, there's no real penalty. It's already happened. It's been 8 years since Nobu was written up by the city for violating their CUP and their parking requirements. The neighbors still don't have a place to park. The city has done zero, and I mean zero, about fixing the parking there. There's a little plan to help them out on their driveway, but not the parking. Construction's closed a lane in Civic Center. Crime is spiking. We have more officers on the beach at Zuma Beach than on the highway on weekends. And we don't have code enforcement on the weekends for short-term rentals. So I just hope you switch your focus a little in this summer and try to give us a break. We have to live here. I don't go out on Saturdays and Sundays for that reason, but the 13,000 citizens of Malibu have at least equal rights as the tourists do. So I hope you concentrate that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I still don't see Deborah Bianco in the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. Do we have any commissioner or committee updates?
Yes, you do have one commissioner signed up to speak, Lance Simmons.
Lance, are you available?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm addressing the City Council this evening as Chair of the Public Works Commission. and on behalf of the commissioners who unanimously have requested that the council consider amending the commission's assignments for the upcoming fiscal year to include searching for a solution to the discharge of water from the Paz development into Malibu Creek. On June 21st, we received an email from Councilman Steve Euring stating that since this is quintessentially a public works issue, we should take the lead in developing a solution to the issue. We agree unanimously. The Public Works Commission would be more than happy to be involved in the development of a solution to this issue. However, we will need to have language amended to our yearly assignments in order to do so. Therefore, I'm asking on behalf of the consensus of the commission that council approve language allowing us to move forthwith and expeditiously to examine potential solutions and the development of options for presentation to the council. Given the urgency of the issue, the sooner we get to go ahead to proceed, the quicker we can consider resolution of the issue. I appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you to address what is a matter of serious and urgent resolve, and we look forward to working with council on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Do we have a city manager update? Steve, do you have a city manager update for us?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Well, several things to report to you this evening. One, kind of an exciting day at City Hall. We are now officially reopened to the public. We're getting back fully functional. So again, some good news, and I think a big step towards some normalcy today. It was nice to see City Hall kind of abuzz with activity. And of course, for me, this was something new. I've been there just during the pandemic, and so for me, I was meeting several employees for the first time today. But again, City Hall has been functioning throughout the pandemic, but of course today a very big step with a reopening. As that, also want to announce that we do have some new counter hours. As part of that, we have aligned the counter hours with the planning and building and safety departments. We're going to try to do that to improve the ease of basically a customer service. Those hours are posted on the city website, but again, regular City Hall hours are 7:30 to 5:30 Monday through Thursday and 7:30 to 4:30 on Fridays. Just a couple of notes on the opening of City Hall. We are requiring the public to wear masks at all time when they're within the building, and we do appreciate your understanding and cooperation with that. A couple of things just to report on. Regarding the tow yard, the tow operator has applied for their TUP, and they are working through the application with the school district for the use of the lot at the high school. So that is moving forward. Of course, that's a 32-day process for the TUP, so that is moving ahead. Regarding the concerns at La Costa Beach, the city has been in contact with Caltrans. And Caltrans is going to be doing a safety review, or is doing a safety review of this area, and taking a look at what's within its right of way to see what might be done. Staff is going to stay on top of the situation, and as soon as we hear from Caltrans, we will let you know what we have heard. Just wanted to mention, for those who may have not had a chance to catch it, there was the first in a series of workshops on the housing element and the process the city is going through. This was really an excellent presentation. It was very well done, very informative, and laid out the process, I think, about as clearly as you can for any government type, what mandated steps that we have to go through. It was very well explained by the staff. And by the consultant type deal. So I would urge the public to watch that. They can check it on the city's YouTube channel, or you can find that on the city's website. And of course, that's the first in a series of workshops on the city's housing element. And then if I'd like to call on our Public Works Director, Rob DeBow to give a quick update on the situation with the water reuse at La Paz, which was just mentioned by the member of the Public Works Committee.
So good evening, Council. Just to kind of give an update on kind of what's going on. I gave a really quick, brief update to and background on the La Paz dewatering and Legacy Park and how it works and everything that goes along with that. And really quick, briefly, is that when La Paz was doing the project, they did ask the city if we could take their water and take it to Legacy Park, knowing how much water they had were going to be generated out there. All that water would have overrun our system and caused us to discharge into Malibu Creek. And in addition to that, we were in the process of actually making the connection from our recycled water line at the treatment plant, making that connection over to Legacy Park to use that recycled water for irrigation. And so kind of give everybody a little bit of update. We had a hiccup a little bit on making the connection on the recycled water. We're working on trying to make that connection done pretty quickly. But all in all, it's something that we could, if we could bring water over to Legacy Park to temporarily water or use that as irrigation water over there until we have our recycled water connection finalized and hooked up. I checked with the regional board to make sure what permits and everything we needed to do to make that happen. There is some paperwork and some permits that we would have to follow through with the regional board, but it's nothing really that would cause great delay. The regional board will work with us to kind of fast track and get those permits done. So kind of with that, we have options. I think the request was to bring it to Public Works Commission. Well, I'll be happy to do that and give them all the information and report back to council, or I'll be happy to take direction or questions from council.
Thank you, Rob.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I don't see any hands at the moment, but we will abuse you later. Is Lieutenant Braden in the room? Kelsey?
Yes, I do see him. We'll ask him to unmute.
Thank you. Let's offer him an opportunity to speak.
Lieutenant Braden, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, all I would like to say is over the last few weeks, we've got a few different emails and different things regarding situations in Malibu. And a lot of them start with that nothing's being done about something, whether it be the traffic or the motorhomes or just other things with transients in general. And I'm just here to say that on each of these accounts that a lot's being done. I had a conversation with one lady on the phone and she was concerned about traffic. And so we had a nice conversation. And by the end of the conversation, she understood that her opinion that nothing was being done. Well, there's 9,000 tickets that were written along PCH in the last year from June to June, and that all accidents are, there's report numbers that go with them that give the particular address in this section of Malibu where that crashes occur, and traffic details are assigned accordingly to mitigate some of the factors. It doesn't mean everything's perfect. It doesn't mean more work could be done. It means that all these things, whether it be with traffic or with the homeless, everything's a continuous thing. Same with the motorhomes. We have a lot of different avenues that we can approach them on, but is any one of them one where I can ban every single person out there? Not at this time. So it's a work in progress. We had a nice meeting with the sheriff last Thursday, and myself, Captain Becerra, and Bruce and Steve Earing were there, and it was very productive. Like I said before, I believe on the homeless situation that it's going to be a combination of things that mitigate things for Malibu. One of them, and it'll come up tonight, trying to add extra patrols to Malibu would be impactful in dealing with this situation. Is that the thing that makes it all go away? No, there's other factors to it. They'll have to be discussed, and Malibu as a community has to decide what avenues they'd like to take regarding this. I'm open to any questions anyone would have on it, and I'd share my opinions on it, but it has to be addressed. And it's not about the transients that are here today or the motorhomes here today. It's about, for the next 10 years or 20 years, what direction is Malibu going to go in regarding this? And it has to be for the long haul and not just for today. I worked Malibu 20 years ago. Malibu was a very different place. There was less crime. There was less transients. There was less of everything going on. It's become a very popular place to go. The pandemic, I think, made it even more popular. And so we're trying to hit it on all these different fronts. So I'm open for any questions anybody might have.
I just want to take a moment and change the subject a little bit. I saw on Nextdoor today that your guys posted a picture of them putting 2 vehicles they impounded on a tow truck to take away after these guys were racing on the road. And I loved seeing it. And I think that we need more pictures like that on social media.
Yeah, that particular situation occurred on Saturday, and one of the young people operating a Porsche was actually a Malibu resident. The other one was not. They weren't people that knew each other, but somehow when they saw each other, they decided it'd be a good idea for them to race each other on PCH. So they both were pulled over. They both were cited for a misdemeanor section, and both of their vehicles were taken. So the deputies are out working on this, and I understand people's frustrations with it, but it's an ongoing situation, and we'll address it, having more patrol, adding the other part of a motor officer to Malibu. It can be impactful for Malibu.
Good work.
Paul, can I do a follow-up? Thanks for being here, Jim. We had a speaker, I think, before you came on, John Mazza from the Planning Commission, was sort of commenting on this subject about the amount of sirens and racing, and felt that it seemed to be that the city council and the sheriff weren't really focused on trying to do anything about it. And you and I have talked a lot about this situation, and I'd just like to expand on, I know the racing and issue is not just Malibu. I know there's a lot of factors to this. I know we're putting more resources in, but I guess you've kind of addressed it, but I'd like your thoughts on, the city and the sheriff's attention on this issue.
Okay. Well, one of the things we discussed was when I said adding that other part of the motor, and it was to put a motor out on PM shift, which is later afternoons into the evening, and also one of the cars being added is late in PMs to early mornings. Those can be impactful for working with this situation. The acting like it's from something not being done, the pandemic brought on a lot of this racing, whether you want to believe it or not. The pandemic brought more and more people to Malibu. Do the situations need to be addressed? Yes. Are they being addressed? Yes. Do we need to put more effort toward it? Yes. That's why we've all discussed adding extra units to Malibu. So it is a conversation we've had. I understand people's frustration, but I absolutely do not agree with the nothing being done. When deputies are out, just like the deputy that took those 2 cars the other day, he's one of the motors that's out there. He's a highly, highly active young guy that I've worked patrol with. And like I told you, the traffic patrol has written over 9,000 tickets from last June to this June. That's not nothing. So, and that when you talk about those cars being taken, well, there's been dozens of cars taken for racing along PCH. Now, I've never seen any other year that that's occurred, but it's occurring right now, so it's being addressed. The thing of everybody has the rights to come to Malibu. I've heard everything from the extreme of we should ban these people from Malibu to we shouldn't let groups drive together on Malibu, all of these different things. Well, people have their constitutional rights. They have the right to be on the highway. They don't have the right to not follow the rules on the highway. So I would say to what you said, Mikey, is that this conversation has been in the works for several months, trying to get extra units to address these issues.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Jim.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be on if there's any other questions or anything else.
I see Bruce's hand. No? He's still waving goodbye.
I was waving to Jim.
All right.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank
for all
you.
your help.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be on.
Right.
Like I said, if there's any questions on anything, I'll answer.
Okay. We are now at the portion of the agenda for City Council subcommittee reports, mayor and council member meeting attendance, reports, and inquiries. Who would like to present their council member report? Steve Euring.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Interesting week, as Lieutenant Braden mentioned. This week, Bruce Silverstein and myself met with Sheriff Villanueva, where we talked about what his plan was for Venice, and we sort of kicked around what we might be able to do, something similar to that here in Malibu. And the reason we had the meeting was primarily because Bruce had done a yeoman's job in taking a look at Martin versus Boise, understood it, and he helped us get in there. So I'm going to let him go through any details he'd like to do that. But my takeaway from the meeting was the sheriff's plan is built around compassion for the homeless. It's got a very strong focus on protecting the health, safety, and the quality of life of the residents. And it's all tailored to make sure it doesn't bump up against any of the provisions of Martin versus Boise. So I left the meeting feeling confident there's some things in there we can do that will hopefully help Malibu down the road. I got an email yesterday, today, someplace in there, about somebody who was lighting lights or lanterns with candles in them someplace over by Point Doom or Paradise Cove, and apparently it caught fire. And look, my suggestion is, folks, if you see something going on out there that you obviously can see is wrong, I do recommend you say something, because we've got enough people trying to burn down Malibu. I don't think we need any more. La Paz. The reason I brought up, let me go back. Currently, we are discharging 250,000 gallons a day into the ocean. Now, that's 210,000 from La Paz and another 40,000 coming out of the wastewater treatment system. And when I first looked at that, I said, in every day in the newspaper, people are talking about the drought and we're throwing water away. It just didn't make a whole bunch of sense to me. And I think the issue that has come up and caused people some concern is when you go back and look at the environmental impact report that was done for La Paz when it was originally approved, none of that is mentioned in there. So nobody really understands what the impact of putting all this water into the creek is. You know, is it impacting the level of the groundwater? What's it doing to the lagoon? Well, a whole bunch of stuff. So I would have hoped that the EIR would have been more descriptive in terms of understanding. Now, the other thing was a lot of people have talked about trying to get some water into Legacy Park. Let me go back. I don't know what we can do at this point in time about La Paz. La Paz is going to discharge. They got a permit. I don't know if we can stop it. If somebody's got an idea of how it's damaging something, say something. I can't find anybody with that detail. However, I would like to see the city council at least suggest to Rob that we take a look at how we get some water into the ponds in Legacy Park. Let's make the birds and all the animals and the people who walk around it happy. And I think water in there will improve the look of that place. So I encourage us to do that. I got a lot of calls this week on dark sky programs. I don't know if Richard Malik is on the meeting today. But Rich, we're trying to figure out what's going on with the gas stations. It's been over a year of trying to get them in compliance, and nobody seems to see anything different going on. So can you give us an update of where we are with that? Is Richard here?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Trying to get to my list here of the gas stations and where they are. So we have a total of 6 gas stations in town. We have been working with all 6. So 3 of the 6 were approved, and those 3, and when I say approved, they were approved through the planning department. So those 3 are now with the building and safety folks at ESD, and they're going through their plan check to obtain their electrical permit to go out there and change the lighting. So there are 3 in plan check. There are another 2 that were scheduled for a public hearing on April 19th, but those were requesting a deviation. We continued them due to concerns from residents, and then also they had expressed a willingness to look at giving us some additional information about the deviations and perhaps a redesign. The engineer, who was the same engineer for both of those, then apparently stopped working for the 2 companies. We then got code enforcement involved again to make sure they understand the seriousness, and they are now working with us again. They've got a new engineer, and we are getting revised plans from that engineer. There is another applicant on Pacific Coast Highway, that would be the 6th one, that did submit a submittal to us. We had a number of questions, and they are revising their plans now. And that one, as I mentioned, hasn't even made it to a consideration of approval yet because we're asking for revisions. So that is the story with the 6. Nobody to date has had a chance to install lighting because no permits have been issued.
When do you think we'll see some changes to that lighting? That's what people are asking me. They're saying, nothing's changed. We've got a dark sky ordinance and nothing's going on.
Steve, this isn't agendized. Can we keep it brief?
This is the questions I'm getting this week, and I just like to have an answer for these.
Yolanda, would you be able to talk about the 3 that are in plan check? Thank you.
So as far as adding to what Richard has explained to you, we have 3 currently under plan check review. The ones under plan check review is 30811 PCH, which is at Chevron, 26101 PCH, which is at 76, and 23870 PCH in another Chevron. How the building permit works is that the permit application is valid for a year. So as a city, we give them a plan check number and they submit. The plan can get approved at any time, but it's up to the applicant to pull the permit. The permit needs to be issued within that 365 days. So I'm just trying to get you an idea of how long is it going to take, how soon can you see that it being implemented, I can follow up with the ones that are under plan check, as a courtesy and ask them where are you in plan check, and I can give you an update. But as far as the legality of a permit application, they do have the 365 day, and that is dictated by the building code. Absolutely, I can remind these applicants that the city has an ordinance for dark skies, which they needed to be under implementation in October of 2019. So I can do that for you.
And Ms. Bundy, we're going well beyond what the Brown Act would allow for discussion in response to public comments. The Brown Act allows for brief public comments in response to public inquiries, and we're now probably getting beyond that. So.
Yeah, it was a question that people keep bringing up, and it's been a long time. So I was hoping we could see some action taking place in that direction. That's all I got, Paul.
Thank you, Steve. Who's next? I see Jim Braden raising his hand. You're muted, Jim.
Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted.
Okay. I'll make one other comment. There was a fire on Thursday night. It was about 2 a.m. It was under the Cross Creek Bridge at PCH and near Cross Creek, just east of Cross Creek. The deputies responded over there, and in the course of their investigation, they determined that transient had lit a fire. It was about 5 feet by 20 feet. It was purposefully lit. He was arrested, and we have an eyewitness account from another individual that saw him do it. He's still in jail, and the Arson Explosives is handling the investigation on it. But it's a pretty solid case, and the sad part was it was purposefully lit. So when Steve mentioned the fires and stuff, yeah, I would reiterate that. Anything someone sees, especially over the weekend with 4th of July and fireworks and everything else, I'll be out there all weekend. Make the calls. It helps us out. You're the eyes out there. We can't see everything. And that's just like on the highway too. We can't see everything, but with the help of the public, we can be a lot more effective in directing resources towards situations going on. So watch for speeders and crazy driving. Watch for anything that looks suspicious fire-wise.
Yeah.
We need to know about. And that's all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Jim. Karen, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Paul. Just a couple of things. Thank you to everybody at the city staff for coming back to work in person today. I hope that went smoothly. I know we still have restrictions about wearing masks, and not sure how long that'll go on, especially with the virus variants that we're hearing about. I wanted to say about the La Costa carbon fence being down. We've talked about that a lot. I Googled that today because of the accident. There was a 3-car accident yesterday at the intersection, the western end where Ramble Vista comes out to PCH. If you look on Google Maps, that is officially listed now as Carbon La Costa Public Coast Access. So I hope that description doesn't stay up for long. We're already seeing the effect of that with this 3-car accident. So thank you to Steve and to anybody who is working with Caltrans, seeing as we haven't gotten very far with the MRCA. As for my own report activities, I attended the COG meeting. I did meet with our recruitment person, Bill Avery, about the criteria of the search for the permanent city manager. And that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Who's next? I see Mikey Pearson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. First of all, I want to address the public speakers quickly. Jenny, yes, I know that dealing with our wireless infrastructure and rules and ordinances is frustrating. I understand your frustration. It's something we've all talked about. We know we're probably going to need to tweak things as we go. This is a race, not a sprint. So, and yes, the Planning Commission is extremely backed up. Something that tonight we might be helping to address with our budget item. So I hear you loud and clear, and thanks for speaking up. Lance, I agree with you. I gather potentially that Rob agrees with you that adding that to your guys' work list makes sense. I don't know if there's consensus I don't know if we need to agendize it or just consensus or what, but I think it's a fine idea. I think rightfully everyone in the city's caught off guard by this, and it should be something that Public Works Commission looks at. Makes perfect sense to me. Steve, you look like you might have a comment there.
Yes, thank you, council member. Yeah, I just wanted to respond, and the city attorney can correct me, but if the council would like to give that direction to amend the work plan for the Public Safety Committee, I believe that direction could be given to place that on a future agenda, but council could not have the discussion tonight, but could give direction to staff to place that on a future agenda.
Thank you. I guess then by a nod of heads, is there consensus would be Lisa.
Can I pipe in?
Please, hi, Lisa.
Actually, part of the budget is discussing the work plan. So the work plan is agendized tonight as part of the budget. So if the council decided that they would like to discuss the work plan at that time, we could do that.
Lisa, thank you for another reason to get to the budget.
Nice to have you back. Nice to have you back. Well done. Thank you very much. We're heading in the right direction on that already. I think my comment, I'm going to make a comment on La Costa too. From my planning commission days, it just seems that what happened at La Costa at the beach with the fence is pretty simple. It's a change in intensity, which is the definition of development, which requires a CDP. I'm apparently wrong somewhere, but that's my understanding of it. And I'm not an attorney, I'm not anything of those things, but that's how it looks to me. I also want to thank the staff lately too. Coming through this COVID thing has been tough. I know it's going to be a challenging transition again as we figure out and get City Hall back open. Thanks to Mr. McClary for working on that. Interesting times. I hope everyone's a little patient while we sort through that. A lot more to sort through than it might look like at first. As far as my activities, I'll fire through them quickly. We had a training of the Malibu West Volunteer Fire Brigade, which was excellent. We had members from Point Doom Brigade and Paradise Cove show up as well. So that was excellent. The mayor and I participated in what's called Conversation with the Mayor, sponsored by the Chamber. That's always a bit of fun. I attended a Santa Monica Bay Restoration Committee meeting. Always interesting, always very technical, some very passionate people involved. I attended the U.S. Green Building Council meeting on reducing California's fire risk. That was interesting. We had a meeting of our fire brigade. Hope to have more news coming up on that soon as far as working with the fire department. That's still underway. I attended a webinar on the local coastal plan update. That's sponsored by the League, and the Coastal Commission was there as well. Pretty interesting for such a difficult subject. Updating our local coastal plan is a huge issue, and it's really, really complex on a level that's crazy. It was nice to hear Jack Ainsworth from the Coastal Commission be so upfront and honest about how difficult the process is and how they're trying to work with cities. It was great that the League helped put this together. But basically, Just so everyone knows, putting together, updating your local coastal plan when it comes to sea rise and all the other issues is really, really difficult. But you just know that. And there's a lot of reasons for it. And I'm not going to try and get into that now. I listened to the city's housing element meeting. I thought that was really well done, worthwhile. And I thank the city for, I think we're required to do that, but I thank them for doing it. I think they did a great job. I also met with Bill Avery on our city manager recruitment, and that went really well. And oh, almost missed it. I want to thank our mayor, Paul, and city manager, Steve, and anyone else involved in very quickly taking action on sand issues at Surfrider. Well done. Thanks, Paul, for giving me a call that night as well. So I just want to thank everyone for figuring out a way that the city could help on that. So well done. And those are my comments. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce, I think you're next.
Okay, thanks, Paul. So I'll address the public speakers first, and then I'll tell you what I've been doing. Jenny, Racinko, I agree. The Planning Commission, and John Mazza talked about this too, the Planning Commission is overwhelmed, I think, with these WCF matters because it's on top of everything else they have to do. It's a whole new ballgame. I'm hoping, I thought we discussed this when we adopted the ordinance. I'm hoping that maybe we can create at some point, sometime soon, a separate small commission, maybe some subset of the Planning Commission, some subset of us, what have you, but something that could be diverted to just attend to those applications, leaving the full agenda of the Planning Commission open to deal with the larger matters that affect the community in other ways. Lance, on the issue of the Public Works Commission addressing the discharge of the water and getting it into the park, if there's a decision made that that's an appropriate thing to do, if getting the water over there benefits the city in some way, shape, or form. And I understand that may not be something that can or should be done because there's going to be other water going into there when the treatment plant is up and running. But if it makes sense to do that, then I think we should get on the agenda one way or the other to discuss it. I can say my preliminary thoughts are, I don't know enough yet about whether we're going to be inclined to do that to say whether it ought to go on an agenda, on a work plan, because we don't know yet whether that's work that ought to be done. And I'm not sure that the Public Works Commission should be deciding whether it should be done so much as figuring out how it would be done if the decision is made to go that way. So that was my thoughts on that. And Steve was talking about the EIR not addressing the impact of the water where it's going. It also doesn't address the impact of the water leaving where it is. And you know, I'm not a geologist, but I would think this water is part of a much larger waterway that's underground. And when you take water out, it's just going to be replaced by other water, which is why they're continually removing water. I don't know what that's doing to the waterway. The Regional Water Board looks at the quality of the water. They don't look at the geological issues. They don't look at the issues of whether the good quality water that's going into the lagoon is having impacts on environmental issues. It seems to me there's a lot of things that weren't in the EIR that now that this issue is surfaced need to be understood. And it's way beyond my level of expertise. So I'm hoping somebody who has that expertise is going to be looking at those things. I had a good conversation about that with Steve McClary earlier this week. Lastly, on the public comments, John, I agree. John Mazza, the racing cars on the highway. I mean, I go out every night with my dog at 11 o'clock or so. I live above the PCH on a hillside and near Malibu Canyon. Not a night that I go out at that time do I not hear cars screeching down the highway. They look to be going faster than the speed limit to me from when I watched them. Last night, cars were doing donuts somewhere in the Civic Center area for 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm hoping that the extra patrol cars will make a dent in that issue. And we should be looking at the noise levels as well as the speeding, because I understand we have ordinances that deal with noise levels. We need meters. That may be a way to tackle that. And as far as Nobu is concerned, now that's an issue I hear a lot about. It didn't come up on my watch, so to speak, on this council, but I'd like to understand more about that and whether there is an issue there that is one, whether there's a violation. If there's a violation, why is it going on for so long? Oh, and lastly, the beach patrol, which John Mazza mentioned. I had a good discussion with Jim Braden a few weeks ago, and he told me that he believes we're missing a revenue opportunity with the beach patrol. The beach patrol is costing money, but there are a lot of things going on the beach that either are currently unlawful or which could be lawful, which could reasonably and constitutionally be made unlawful, and which could result in our generating more revenue. So if we're going to have to pay for this protection, we might as well get back what we can from it, just like the traffic citations and parking citations. What have I been doing? So as Steve Uring and Jim Braden alluded to, Steve and I and Captain Becerra and Lieutenant Braden and some others met with Sheriff Villanueva on Thursday. Based on what the sheriff is doing in Venice and based on our conversations, I believe that Steve and I are actually very much on the same page as the sheriff in our understanding of what can and cannot be done under Martin versus Boise. And the sheriff has a view, as do I, which doesn't mesh necessarily with what the DA and the Board of Supervisors are telling us, and which the council has been following the lead of. I continue to believe, and I believe the sheriff believes, that we do not require a shelter or ASL in Malibu in order to enforce our no camping laws. There are other things we can be utilizing which exist already. We'll be talking about that later with the people concern item. But there are other ways to address the homelessness issue in Malibu beyond a shelter, which I know a lot of residents are opposed to. So we have progress to make there. I have some optimism based on what's going on in Venice, based on the conversations I had, as well as research I've been doing, that we can replicate what's going on in Venice here now that we have additional patrol. It's not going to require a lot of work from our side. It may require some dollars, but not a tremendous amount in relation to what we're spending already on law enforcement. So we'll be having that conversation in the not too distant future, I believe. I also met with Bill Avery. I don't think any of the things I'm looking for in a city manager that I discussed with him were any great surprise to him, would be any great surprise to anyone else, except for one thing, which is it's critical, I believe, that the residents have an opportunity to be heard. And we need to find a way to make sure that that's done, because this is a small town. This isn't Los Angeles. We want to make sure as many people who have a view get to express that view. They need to be heard. Doesn't mean we're going to do everything everybody wants, but they need to be heard. I participated in the housing element workshop, which I also thought was excellent. I learned a lot. Not only did I learn a lot about how it works and what the goal is, but I also learned that we're in pretty good shape, which I was being led to believe by a lot of people was not the case, but it looks like we are in good shape. The big takeaway I got from it is that the requirement is not that we have housing. The requirement is that we have the capacity for housing. And it looks like we're going to have the capacity for housing. There could be issues down the line if the housing doesn't materialize, but we're far from there now. I've met with a number of residents to discuss various issues that are important to them. And I did a lot of prep for this meeting. There's a lot of background material that I didn't have familiarity with on a number of the items that I wanted to learn about. So I asked for a lot of materials. Steve has been great in getting me everything I asked for fairly promptly. The staff helped Steve, so I commend you all. Oh, and the last thing, which I actually had meant to begin with, was, this COVID variant. It's great. We're out and about again, right? We don't even need to wear masks. I went to a restaurant. I went to Marmalade for breakfast on Sunday with my wife for the first time in well over a year. It was phenomenal. What we really still need to be concerned about is this variant, and that means people need to be vaccinated. And, if you're already vaccinated, great. I understand Malibu has a very good response. But if you're already vaccinated and you know someone who's not, let them know you're fine. Let them know what's going on in your life. Let them know other people that are vaccinated. We need to overcome fear from ignorance so that more people are vaccinated, so that this variant doesn't become another pandemic. So if you're vaccinated, from what I understand, you're pretty safe. I took the pandemic super seriously. Even during the campaign, I refused to go out and talk to people. I'm going out without a mask now. I feel very comfortable. I believe in the science, and I hope that everyone will start believing in the science. It's real. Okay, thanks for the time, Paul.
Thank you, Bruce. We're almost to 7:30, so I'm going to make my comments extremely brief. One of the high points of the last week was, along with Karen, I delivered the certificate of occupancy for the 39th person to move into their house, a fire rebuild. And I saw online today that Yolanda delivered number 40 today at the City Hall. That's great. About the La Paz, I spent quite a bit of time corresponding with a member of the Regional Water Quality Board about the water. We went over the existing reports on the water that's being discharged. It meets all their standards. We have an approval that allows a discharge of up to 400,000 gallons a day. We're a little over halfway to that number as far as a daily number. They have no objection that for us using that water in Legacy Park. It's just a matter of how to get it there, and we do have to fill out some paperwork to do it. And I was impressed with the application that they shared with me, and I'm convinced it was all done properly. The other thing I'd like to mention is that on July the 8th, there will be a vaccination event at City Hall for second injections or first injections of either of two vaccines. And of course, as always, it's free. I think it goes from 10 to 6, or is it 11 to 6? But I'm sure that online it will show it on the City Hall's website. And during the high waves we had and the high tides, I had several conversations with the acting head of state parks and beaches and harbors, and the city of Malibu graciously offered them after the fact permits, coastal permits for anything they deemed necessary to do to ensure the safety of the historic wall or the Adamson House. So, and they were both very appreciative of the city's actions on that. And I want to thank Steve and Rob for their help with that. And having said that, I'm going to move on to item 3, the consent calendar. And has members of the public pulled any items from the consent calendar?
One item has been pulled by the public, 3B13.
3B13. Okay. And how about any of the council people pulling anything?
I'd like to pull 3B3 and 15.
3B3
and 3B15.
And 3B15?
Yes.
Okay. Any others? Okay, can we have a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar with the exception of items 3B3, 3B13, and 3B15?
I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second from Karen made the motion, Mikey seconded. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Bruce, you pulled item 3B3.
Yes. Let's be really quick. The 3B3 is the minutes, and the minutes are excellent. The minutes always are, they're extremely thorough. I know that our clerk or acting clerk at this point is overwhelmed, and these minutes are unnecessarily thorough. So I would like us to think about going forward, giving direction to the clerks that they do not need to create a transcript essentially of the meeting, especially since we have recordings of these meetings. In my experience outside of city council, minutes are much more perfunctory. They're for the purpose of establishing what actions were taken. they can have a little a little flesh on that, but they're not. All of this detail is not necessary, and the detail is great. But I think that's one way which we can help our staff get more minutes done, because we're way behind on the minutes. And this isn't just city council; it's other commissions as well. But we can help the staff help us and get these things done faster if we could maybe agendize this, giving direction that the minutes don't need to be this thorough in the future. But other than that, I thought they were really good, and I just wanted to pull them so I could make that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion that we pass 3B3?
Sure, I will make that motion.
A second from anyone?
I'll second. And I would
We have a
agree with
motion and a
Bruce.
second to pass 3B3. Will you call the roll, please, Kelsey?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we jump to item 3B13, which was pulled by a member of the public. Do we know why it was pulled?
The speaker is John Mazza. Are you ready to hear his comments?
Sure. Hi, John.
Hello. Every year I go to the one library commission meeting where they go over the budget. And you know the history of why we have a budget. Pam Mulick got the money that the county was stealing from us, and we've been using it. One thing we've done is rebuild the library 8 years ago, but since then, not a lot. And every year we spend everything. It does not grow, and it's because we give it all away. Now, this year the county is going to get over $1 billion in extra funding from the feds. We're going to get 2.8 million. In this proposed budget, it's the same as last year. 2 guards. Last year, 1 guard didn't show up. And this is for a county building. We had outreach librarian that had nowhere to go, so they didn't hire her. We had a management fellow, we don't know what he does. We had a teen librarian, and Boys and Girls Club didn't use him because he wasn't assigned. All this stuff is just a repeat of last year. And it's $1,053,000 that could go into building our fund. To 2.5 years ago, we had a study where it was put on the work agenda for the Library Commission to study services for the West Side. Totally ignored, and not in our budget. So we can't hire a county consultant who we've used before with the county money we have to even study whether or not we can put what's called an experience library out there, which would have community rooms and all kinds of facilities that citizens could use. And so this time we're just repeating it again and sending money off to who knows where. And 2 years ago, we gave $300,000 to a foundation. We don't know what happened to that money. So I want you to just eliminate the things that are probably not needed. Now, you're going to get an answer from Lisa saying, oh, we get the money back if they don't spend it. I have never once seen the money come back in 5 years of going to meetings. So I hope you just don't rubber stamp last year's budget, which didn't get used, and is probably not, a lot of it is probably not necessary. The only thing that we really get is a speaker series, and that hasn't even started yet. The rest of it is given out to other uses other than direct uses by citizens of Malibu. Some citizens get something, but the average citizen, we were supposed to get an extra hour of service last year and the library was closed. That's repeated again this year. So let's have a real allocation, not just what did we do last year? Well, that didn't work, so let's do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I see Casey Ernest, whose organization Boys and Girls Club of Malibu is one of the recipients, has raised her hand, and I'd like to recognize her and then recognize the members of the council. Casey?
Thank you, Mayor Grisanti, and members of the council. I wanted to just clarify one statement that Commissioner Mazza made. The teen librarian is not assigned or appointed to the Boys and Girls Club. In the past, we have taken advantage of that position's services as they've been made available through Malibu Middle School and High School. And it's also my understanding that when that position is not filled, that money is not lost, that it's retained in the account for the library funds, but I am certainly not the expert on that, but I did want to clarify that that is not the case with that position.
Thank you, Casey. I guess Bruce is next on my screen. Bruce?
Hey, thanks, Paul. So I asked for a lot of written materials in advance of this meeting with respect to this item because I didn't know anything about the history of the library set-aside fund and the historical expenditures. And the staff was very good in pulling that together. I received all of the action items, all of the agenda items from the past 4 or 5 years for this, I think 5 years, and the MOU that set this rolling that Pamela, I don't know, John said she negotiated. I didn't know that. Anyway, it was very informative to me. So first of all, John says this does not grow. That's not accurate. In June of 2015, there was $5 million. June of 2017, $8 million. June of 2019, $10.4 million. And now there's currently $12.4 million in this fund. So it clearly is growing. That doesn't mean that it's not being overspent, but it is clearly growing. The point that we get the money back if it's not spent, that's actually true from what I can tell, because the agenda reports for year after year explain what was approved the year before and how much of it wasn't spent, and it's still there, which is why it's growing. This year's agenda, the reason I asked for all that stuff is this year's agenda report actually didn't have that information for the first time. And I understand we're going through a period of transition, so I get that, which is, so I did the homework. And Casey was right. The Boys and Girls Club doesn't get the teen librarian, although it looked to me possibly that they have an outreach librarian that works there. I couldn't tell for certain from reading the reports on that. So just so everyone has a little background, maybe I'm just saying this for naught, but it was helpful to me. The MOU that creates this fund explains that 2.45% of our property tax revenue comes back to us in the form of money for our library. So, we're always told we get 7% of our property taxes. We actually get at least 9.45%. And maybe there's some other things that I didn't know we get back in other discrete ways. It's not my understanding that 2.45 is part of the 7. So it's some additional revenue, although it's revenue specific to the library. And technically, it's not our money. Technically, it's the county library's money because we're mandated to only spend this money on county library things. So the set-aside fund comes out of the property taxes. So the library has a base cost of operation every year, which is part of our 2.45% of our property taxes funds that. And then when there's extra, because the base is much less than our 2.45% of our property taxes, that gets deposited into this fund rather than the county keeping it. And the fund is growing, and it's growing at a pretty nice rate. That's a lot of money. We're mandated, however, to spend these things, and this is interesting to me, it says solely to improve branch facilities and services, unless the MOU is terminated. Well, it looked to me like actually over the years, we have been approving expenditures. Now the county agrees with them, so maybe it's okay. But we have been approving a lot of expenditures that are not solely for our branch facility, including over close to $400,000 over the past 4 years that has been devoted to other county initiatives. I don't quite get why we're approving money to be distributed for use outside of Malibu for others. It's a nice thing to do, but it's not part of our requirement. So, but I think this year we're not proposing that. I have a question for whoever can answer it. The MOU says that if the city obtains property for the construction of a new library, it will notify the county that we desire to use the set-aside funds to assist in funding the construction of the new library, and we'll then have to amend the MOU. Who owns the library that gets built if it gets built with these funds? I mean, do we end up in a situation where we have the land but the county still owns the building? I don't understand that. Lisa,
Yes.
you're shaking your head. Yes?
Yes, my understanding is that the county would own the building. So that would have to be part of the agreement. And I think that the reason that in the original MOU that is discussed is because that was when the city and the library came to the agreement to do the renovations on the existing facility. I think there may have been, and again, this predates me, but I think there may have been some discussions about whether they would build something new or whether they were going to remodel what was existing. And then the question had been, if we were going to build a new library, you know, what would happen, and that would have to, an arrangement would have to become, you know, between both entities. But my understanding is this is county library money, although it is designated for Malibu. And so the things, if it is spent on a permanent improvement, that ownership would remain with the county.
So I guess down the line, if we actually are looking at that issue, the biggest bang for our buck is to actually improve the building that's there now, not use other land that we have to spend money on to put the county's library on. Anyway, so I didn't understand, also one last thing, this is just by way of background. The 2019 expenditures included $1 million for a learning mobile, a memory mobile, and the operating costs of them. And then it says we're also going to have $440,000 a year in expenses to run them. I don't see the 440 in our budget for this year or in the request. So did we ever buy them?
No, we did not. Those were not pursued. Those were a recommendation at the time. And then that was not ultimately, the purchases were not pursued, and we did not move forward.
Okay. Oh, and one last question. There was also a $300,000 for a 2-year salary for an executive director. Is that something that was also not pursued?
No, so you had brought up that on occasion, or you had calculated there were funds that the city had donated to the county library program as a whole. And that is something that past city councils have done historically. In the library system, the city is we're in the unique position of being one of 2, maybe 3 cities that actually have this surplus. Most libraries are sorely disadvantaged throughout the county, and over the past, years under this agreement, the prior councils have agreed to fund other programs for those libraries and the county library program in general. That $300,000 for an executive director was seed money for them to really jumpstart their library foundation. That executive director was hired. That money, again, the money doesn't ever flow through the city. These are county library funds that are dispersed and held by the county. And so, yes, that executive director was paid for. She's in place. I haven't talked to her recently. I talked to her at some point during COVID, but they are there.
Who is that? Lisa, who is that?
I don't know. Maybe I know we have some library folks on. I'm blanking on her name right now.
Andrea Carroll.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea Carroll.
Okay. Are we going to continue to fund that, or that was a one-time 2-year thing?
At this point, that was a one-time 2-year thing. That's not currently funded. There are 2 things in the current budget, a proposed budget of the set-aside funds that do fund things for the county library as a whole. One is the management fellow. That is something that helps run programs throughout the county. And then the Family Place Library, and those are also for disadvantaged libraries, so that Family Place programs for 50,000 and the management fellow who does educational programs throughout the county system for 140,000.
So, thank you, Lisa. So what I'll say to the council is, I'm going to vote to approve this tonight, but not necessarily the next time around. I don't think we should be spending our allocated resources to Malibu that are precious and few in the grand scheme of things compared to the county on giving the county back things. This money was given to the county by us. It's our tax dollars. We should keep it in Malibu. We shouldn't be helping people in other jurisdictions with our money.
Thank you, Bruce. Sure. I think Mikey's next, and then Karen.
Yeah, thank you. I think Bruce actually covered a lot of what I want to say. So just a couple of points as far as the financial end of it. The funds you brought up, Bruce, are for a facility or services. Yes, some of the funds are for services that a library do. That's why they were approved. So they're outreach to help the community, not necessarily directly out of the branch. So just wanted to clarify that, the difference between the two. And I think what's frustrating some residents, and it's potentially understandable, is they desire a West Side Library branch. And since pretty much every member of this council has been elected, we've not been in a position to even start to entertain that, even though I think we all wish we were, that we had the bandwidth to do other projects like this. We all know that right now, till we get through, our unending disaster mode, that's probably going to take a little longer. So I understand the frustration, and I suspect, without knowing, that there maybe Mr. Mazza and others do hope that some of the land at Heathercliff could be used for some sort of facility. I'm guessing, but I'm not sure. So that's a conversation we haven't had yet. And those are my only comments, because Bruce pretty much laid out everything else involving the finances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikey. Karen?
Thank you, Paul. Just a couple of things. I serve as a representative of the 3rd Supervisorial District on the County Library Commission. That's a commission of, there may be 20 members from all 5 districts, and a few are appointed at large. Yeah, we are one of, I believe, only 2 communities that generate excess funds in comparison to our library needs. And Bruce, I do disagree with you about helping much more disadvantaged areas within the county. We do have more than we can use at the moment. Maybe one day we will figure out how to make a break even on that, but at the moment we do not. That's why we have things like the Library Speaker Series, the additional security at the library. And as far as John Mazza's comments about, I didn't understand what he meant. He said every year we spend everything, but then there also seems to be an indication that money is missing or something like that. This money rolls over. Any money that we don't use, like in the event of the pandemic and we couldn't, there was probably money that was not used during Woolsey fire recovery, which obviously we're still in. That money rolls over and it stays with the county. It doesn't roll into the city's general fund. It doesn't disappear. And Bruce, as you pointed out, that fund is growing. So I don't understand John's comments. I've heard them before other years, but I, again, don't understand. I believe they're unfounded or based on some kind of a misassumption. So Lisa has covered it. I believe the staff report is complete. And I'd like to just move ahead and approve the use of the set-aside funds.
Was that your motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 3B13. approving the use of set-aside funds for the Malibu Library. Will you call the roll, Kelsey?
Mayor Grisanti, I noticed Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein had raised his hands. I didn't know if you wanted to hear any comments before the vote.
I'm sorry, Bruce, you have a comment?
Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey. I was going to skip it, but I will make it. Yeah, I just want to say that the MOU, as I said, does say explicitly that the funds will be used, I'm quoting it, will be used solely to improve branch facilities and services. So whether we want to or don't want to help the rest of the county, the MOU actually tells us we can't. The other thing I'll just say is, it's always been my view when it comes to using other people's money that I have a fiduciary responsibility to use their money the way they want it used. And it doesn't matter if I want to be generous with people other than the people whose money it is. Unless I have a mandate from the people whose money it is, I don't think it's appropriate for us to spend it on other people. It's charity. And, our tax dollars aren't here for charity. They're here to approve Malibu. But with that, to call the roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey?
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that puts us as the item 3B15.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item before you has to do with the contract with the people concerned. Our current contract will be expire in a couple of days. So in May, we issued an RFP for services, which was posted and we sent directly to service providers on the west side. The people concerned was the only organization to respond. Since we're in the process of reorganizing our approach to homelessness with the possible formation of a task force, our RFP was for just 1 year of service with the possibility of canceling the contract if we wanted to, early, that is. The services that are being contracted for within this includes outreach and housing navigation. And in addition to this, the other thing that you may not really realize is that in addition to housing navigation, the team is really instrumental in helping us when we do encampment cleanups, which are pretty regular. Part of the protocol is to send outreach workers to encourage the individuals to accept services and connect them with alternatives before the encampments are cleared. Also, through this contract, we have direct access to a shelter and interim housing vouchers, and motel vouchers. So those are some of the other benefits of having a contract with a service provider such as the people concerned. So that's my report. Let me know if you have any additional questions.
Steve Euring, please.
Thanks, Susan. Can you just give me a little more information about the last thing you said about having access to a shelter or to vouchers?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give some detail on that?
Yeah, the people concerned, they have a shelter in Santa Monica, San Michelle. And so certainly people that they're working with in Malibu can go to San Michelle shelter if they're open to taking shelter services. They also have interim housing called Turning Point. So that's another facility that people who are ready to be housed can go through Turning Point on their way to permanent housing. So yes, we do have access to that, and we do use it.
And those are is that where the vouchers go, to those two places?
No, it's just part of the people concerned.
Because they've got additional vouchers on top of that they have?
Right. So the vouchers are different. So you can get housing vouchers. You can get, I think, like state or federal housing vouchers. They get county vouchers. The different vouchers can be used in different locations. And then they also routinely purchase motel vouchers as part of our regular expenditures when I pay the monthly bill. Because frequently when people are on their way to permanent housing, they need to be off the street for a little while because, I mean, they're ready to be housed. So sometimes they'll put them into a motel for a while while they're waiting for that final step into permanent housing. Or there may be other reasons why they put them in a motel. One time we had an individual who was pregnant and it was unsafe for that individual to be on the streets. So there's various situations where they will use the motel vouchers.
Excellent, thank you. There's a lot of resources there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce?
Yeah, thanks. So when I first was reviewing this item, I was not supportive of it, but that what was just being discussed actually turned it for me. So the direct access to a shelter and the vouchers, first of all, does that guarantee at least a minimum number of beds, or does that just mean if the shelter is accommodating people concerned has the ability to take part in that accommodation?
Right. If an individual is willing to go to shelter and if there's a bed available, they will transport them to the shelter, but they cannot make someone go to a shelter. But if they're willing, they will transport them to the shelter.
But my question is, is the money that we're spending and that the people's concern is spending after they get it, guaranteeing them any number of beds, or is it catch as catch can, and more often than not, the beds aren't available?
It's not. And I've asked John Masseri that question, if there's some way to guarantee a number of beds. And he was hesitant to answer, but a lot of it had to do with COVID, because right now they're struggling because they've had reduced capacity. So it's always full because of COVID and social distancing. They haven't been able to even entertain something like that because their beds are always full. But it is possible maybe we can work something out.
Well, so here's my issue. If the beds aren't available, and if they're rarely available, it's not a benefit that's part of this contract. That's just words. If the beds are available, that's really important, and I'd even spend more money if necessary for that, because that's a key piece. That's a key missing piece to the Boise versus Martin versus Boise case. The vouchers also. Can people concerned provide some of those vouchers to LASD so that they can use them when they come across people at 2 a.m. that need a place and can get them out of Malibu?
They don't really work that way. I mean, the motel vouchers, in fact, tomorrow, I'm going to have a individual who's worked in this in a long time to brief the homeless working group on this issue, because I don't have all the answers, but my understanding with motel vouchers is there's a number of considerations. One, if the funds are there, which that's not a problem for us because we have the funds there in our contract. The other part is there a motel room available? Because not all motels are interested in taking individuals, and not all individuals are candidates for a motel. I mean, think about the liability. You can't put someone in with severe mental illness, someone who could use supervision. It gets complicated. So we're going to learn more about it tomorrow in our meeting at 10 a.m. But I know it's not as simple as it seems.
Right. So that's the same thing then. And it's like if the voucher, if through this contract we're actually guaranteed X number of vouchers, and the vouchers are usable, that's great. If in fact there may or may not be a voucher, or even if there's a voucher, there may or may not be a room. Again, it's words on a page that really don't amount to anything. So
well, that's the case everywhere. Yeah.
Excuse me?
That is the case with vouchers in general, housing vouchers. There's not enough housing. We have as you know, a housing crisis. So we have vouchers, and you can have a voucher and have nowhere to go with it.
But then these shouldn't be selling points for a contract if they don't really exist.
Yeah, but they are used. They are used. We had an individual who was placed in a motel last month. I mean, they spent $2,000 on motel vouchers for this individual. So they are used regularly. Again, you have to have someone who's willing to go too.
I understand that point, and I'm not sure that's actually correct, because if they're not willing to go, then they don't qualify for the right to stay. Can we apply for funds? Last question, Paul. Can we apply for funds from the state for the purpose of funding this contract and possibly even expanding this contract to provide greater ability to deal with the homelessness issue in Malibu?
I'm sorry, say that again. Apply to.
Can we get funds from? I see on TV Governor Newsom is spending billions of dollars to help the homeless and get every single one of them off the street if they are willing to go. Can we get this funded?
Possibly, and actually, where the funding, most of our funding opportunities through Measure H, which we will be getting additional funds in the next 6 months through the COG And I mean, probably close to another 90,000 in the next 6 months and another 180,000 next year. So the Measure H money is now going through the Las Virgenes Malibu COG. And a lot of it's going to be provided to Malibu after paying for the outreach coordinator that serves the whole COG. I haven't seen other grant invitations from the state yet. A lot of times these do run through county agencies for a more regional approach. I haven't seen one that's direct to cities yet.
Okay, well, I mean, if to the extent we can apply for like $500,000 to expand this outreach program and make it effective in Malibu, I'm all for that.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Mikey?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think we're a little off topic but we all want to talk about this for hours, but it's not quite the agenda item. And the voucher system's far more complicated, I think, than Susan tried to keep it light. It goes into a lot more actually really difficult detail, to be honest. As does a lot of other issues Bruce brought up, such as Martin versus Boise versus where people are housed. So anyhow, back to this, I'd like to make a motion on this item. I think clearly the citizens of Malibu and all of us are concerned with this issue. We're trying to move forward and get better issues. And I think, we're all very aligned on that goal. So I'd like to make a motion to approve 3B15.
I will second.
Is there a second?
I'll second. And I got
We've got a motion and a second.
One quick question, Paul. If I may, and Susan, the meeting tomorrow where someone's going to explain the voucher system, is that a Zoom meeting?
Yes.
Can you send me a link to that, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I got my second in.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second.
And the motion,
Kelsey, will you call the roll?
Mayor Grisanti, just to be clear, the motion is to approve the recommended action, which is to direct you to execute the agreement with people's concern.
Thank you, John.
Before we vote on that, John, can you just clarify, is there any restriction on who can Zoom in under the Brown Act?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to explain what the meeting.
There's a motion and a second on the table, and I've asked for the roll to be called. So can we have the vote, please?
But somebody should answer Bruce's question. It's a legitimate question.
Well, the way the Brown Act works, that if more than two of us are at the meeting, then you can't really participate. And
I'll tell you what, it's off topic, but I will not attend tomorrow so that Bruce can attend. I'm fine with it.
And if it's a community meeting, you can all attend, provided you don't come together and discuss city business. If it's a city meeting, no, you cannot. Only two can attend.
It's a city meeting.
Then that's correct. Then only two can attend.
I'm glad not to show up if you'd like to go, Bruce.
No. I was asking for others. I don't intend to. Thank you, Mikey.
Kelsey, are you available?
Yes. Are you ready for the roll call?
I am ready for the roll call.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Abstain.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. That takes us to council agenda item number 4A, I believe, for the assessment district of Cayo del Barco. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, council. And tonight we're having another public meeting like we did the last meeting to place the special assessments for the Cayo del Barco Landside Assessment District on the property tax roll. Just to give you a couple of background, a single family home will be assessed $860.54, which is an increase of about $112 from last year. The increase of funds will be used to fund the required reserve account. Several years ago, assessment district was modified to include an assessment district or include a reserve fund, and every year we've been slowly trying to increase the assessments to have the required reserve funds. Kind of give another note for this is that the $860 for a single family is well below the maximum amount we can assess for the properties within there. And with that, staff recommends adopting resolution 2134, approving the budget for the assessment district and the method of apportionment. And once this resolution is adopted, staff will submit the documentation to place the assessments on the county property tax. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Rob. Do we have any public comment on this one? Elsie?
Don't have any public speakers on this item.
Okay, are there any council comments or discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I will second.
We have a tsunami of people seconding there, so I don't know who it was that got in first.
Give it to Karen.
I don't care.
I think Steve voted for Karen. Okay. Kelsey, are you ready to take the roll on this one?
Yes. Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes. Okay,
Motion
we're
carries.
now going to 4B. And I believe there will be a staff report. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be Rob DeVoe.
And I'm the master of these public hearings, I guess, lately. So, but good evening again, Council. Tonight we're having another public hearing to consider all protests regarding the proposed wastewater rate increases for those properties located within Phase 1 of the Civic Center Water Treatment Facility project. As you recall, at the May 13th meeting, staff provided Council with a detailed presentation regarding the proposed wastewater rates and what they'll be charging and what they'll be used for. Just to reiterate again, the proposed wastewater rates will be used to cover all the costs for the operation and maintenance costs. They will also be used to reimburse the city for general fund repayment. With this public hearing, if there's less than majority of those protests regarding the proposed rates, staff recommends adopting Resolution 2135. Now, this is where it gets tricky. If you adopt that resolution, then we will have to have a second public hearing regarding placing the wastewater rates on the property tax roll. This allows the city to collect those wastewater service fees from the property owners on the property tax roll. That makes it really simple and less complex from us collecting those fees. And so we will have another public hearing to see if there's any objections from the same property owners within Phase 1 for putting those fees on the property tax rolls. And if there is not any objections to placing that, then staff recommends adopting a resolution to place those on the property tax rolls. I'm here to answer questions. I know Lisa's here to answer questions. We also have our wastewater rates consultant, Sanjay Gar from Reptilis. I'm here to answer any questions, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, are there any public comments on this item, Kelsey?
No, you do not have any public speakers for this item.
Okay, do we have any council comments or discussion? Mikey? And then Steve.
I have kind of a foolish question that there's such an obvious answer for, and it's not, I don't know, anyhow, maybe I just got too deep into my head on the numbers. So the different lots are charged based on if they have development or not, and lots with no development don't incur a fee. Is that correct?
Correct. Only those that are actually contributing to wastewater will be charged a fee. If they're not developed, then they're not charging fee because they're not causing operation and maintenance costs.
Okay, so that wasn't actually my question. I just want to clarify that. My question is there an economy of scale? So if more lots end up developing, does it matter to the overall rate? Does it bring it down, or does it not have an impact because of the way it's factored?
Absolutely. So what will happen is once new property owners or undeveloped property becomes developed, that increases the number of parcels that are going to contribute to it. The rate that we're setting now is the maximum rate that we can assess. Now, if there's more people coming in, then we can lower that rate to make sure that we have enough revenue to cover those expenses and everything coming in. So yes, we have that ability to do that. This is the maximum rate that we can assess to all the properties within phase one.
Okay, and I am surprised nobody actually spoke on this item, to be honest, but thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mikey. Steve, I saw your hand earlier.
Rob, just a real quick question. Tonight, we're voting on the assigning the rate to the properties. The vote that deals with putting it on the property tax rolls, that's another vote for another meeting, right?
No, I'm apologize, but I try to combine them all together. I thought it was going to be some trying to save some time. It's all together. Once you guys approve the rates, then that we will have to adopt another resolution within the same meeting to put it on the rates on the property tax roll.
We do that tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, you do it sequentially.
Gotcha.
Right. So the first one happens, and if you approve that, then we can move to the second one.
Gotcha.
For your approval.
And just to clarify, it's that we're running out of time because this has to be adopted before the end of the fiscal year. So it's making myself and everyone else a little nervous to kind of make sure we got this. So.
Thank you, Rob. Steve, if you're done, I see Bruce's hand.
I'm done.
Bruce?
Am I correct? We had a hearing on this a couple weeks ago, or at least it was an agenda item, and we discussed how the rate was fixed and all that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, it was at the May 13th meeting. We went through it. We had a presentation. We had nice slides and all this detailed information on that.
Okay. I thought that we were talking about the same thing. So I'll make a motion to approve this item. And I'll say, given that there's no community opposition, the community members are the ones that are going to be spending the money. And we had that prior hearing. It seems like we're at the point of approving this.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 21-35, I believe. So Kelsey, would you take the roll, please?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Would someone like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2136 now?
Yes, I'll make that motion too.
And I'll second that one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2136, adding this to the tax roll. Kelsey, are you ready to take the roll?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. We're now at item 4C.
Mayor Grisanti, before we move on, I would just ask Rob DuBois and or Lisa Sober to identify that there was no majority protest for the record. I assume there wasn't, but there should be a recognition that ballots were counted and there was no majority protest.
Yes, I checked with Kelsey just probably about an hour ago to see if we received any written protest, and we did not.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John, for reminding me of that.
Thank you, John, for keeping us all honest. Okay, we're now on to item 4C. And this is Richard Malika will be delivering this one.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. What you have before you this evening is the adoption of a local coastal program amendment to our land use policy. There are two documents to make up the city's local coastal program. One is a policy document, the LUP as we'll refer to it, and the second document is the implementation plan, which is the LIP. And this is an amendment to the city's land use plan. If I may have my next slide, please. Through the actions of the city's previous council, and also through working with some community stakeholder groups who we've appreciated their help, and working with the Coastal Commission, there was a lot of hours spent. The city was able to work with the Coastal Commission to put together what you see in front of you here, Land Use Plan Policy 3.18. It's an amendment to an existing policy that we have. And what this does is it broadens what we used to have so that it would effectively allow us to have a policy that addresses the use of insecticides, herbicides, rodenticides, and other similar toxic chemicals. And what we are doing with this is, as I mentioned, this will go into our land use plan, and also it's going to be something that we put in as a condition of approval with new applications. If I may have my next slide, please. The application of this, as you see below, is a condition of approval that will be attached to all coastal development permits that go before the Planning Commission. And we've already started to implement this condition. And below you, as you can see there, is the language of the condition. We are going to be able to do that thanks to this policy. One of the other things that we'll be doing because of this policy, at the request of the California Coastal Commission, because this policy is kind of the first of its kind, they asked that we track this policy for 3 years to see if there are any impacts, what other proposed policy changes occur in the city because of it. They'd like us to demonstrate what happened. And we agreed to that at the hearing that took place in May with the California Coastal Commission. And so between that and the language you saw in your previous slide, those were the actions they took. One of the actions tonight is a recommendation that the council adopt the language as amended by the Coastal Commission, because as I mentioned, it's serving the goals of the city as well as the stakeholders who are very involved in this. And then moving forward is the second part of tonight's agenda item, which is where do we go with this? So one of the points for discussion that I believe needs to be fleshed out is you have this condition before you that we place on coastal development permits. And essentially this condition prohibits the use of toxic chemicals, and it's looking for the least toxic method to achieve whatever goal someone may be trying to achieve on their home. So one thing I do think that needs to be fleshed out is a discussion over what are the parameters of this. How is it that the council would like us to interpret this in the planning department to make sure that as we move forward, we are implementing this the way that the council likes. And if I could have my next slide, please. The other point of this is that right now we have an amendment to our land use policy. The overall goals of the previous council and the stakeholders were to have some sort of impact on the use of these toxic chemicals throughout the city and not just on new development. And while it's pretty obvious when the use of a pesticide right now could trigger the definition development. For example, if somebody were to come in like they're doing in Northern California, target a large area of land, disperse this thing via aircraft, that's obvious, that's development. But there's a bit more of a finite level of detail that we need to look at, and I believe is the goal of the council. And also it seems to be the goal of our stakeholders, which is they'd like us to look at licensing or regulation, something that really goes more to the day-to-day application of these chemicals. And so as part of tonight's documentation there in the agenda packet, is second action is to initiate a local coastal program amendment to implement to amend the city's LIP through the adoption of, as I mentioned, Resolution 2133. And the LIP is more your ordinance document. It's the document that our code enforcement officer is going to cite people based on. It's the document we use to essentially regulate whatever is development. And so one procedure I'd like to propose tonight is that if the council would like staff to look into this further and perhaps define when is it exactly that we want to, when and how to apply this ordinance as policy more as an ordinance, is that one, staff could meet with the stakeholders involved. This would be the groups like Poison Free Malibu and other community members who were very active in how we were putting together the policy amendment. We could then report those results back to the city council to take some feedback and guidance from the city council. From there, we could then go to a ZORACES meeting to flesh it out a bit further. If needed, if this does result in an amendment to our local implementation plan, then we would go to a planning commission hearing, get a recommendation from them, and then bring it to the city council, which then would allow us to request certification of the LCPA. So that is what I have. If I may have my next slide, please. That's what I have for you this evening, council members and mayor, is one, we would like to see the adoption of the amended LUP policy. And two, if it is the council's wish, to initiate staff to basically work on an amendment to this, or if it ends up being a new way that the city defines how these are used. Either way, direction from the council if they'd like us to work with stakeholders, come back with some sort of framework to look at, and then bring that, have the council then review that framework and provide direction to staff. I'm available for any questions if there are any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard. I believe we have a public comment on this. How many people do we have, Kelsey?
Yes, we have 6 speakers. They are Keon Schulman, Judy Villablanca, Joel Schulman, Douglas Karstens, Pat Healy, and John Mazza. We'll hear from Keon Schulman first.
Keon, please speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Grisanti, City Council members and staff. We are grateful to the City Council and the Coastal Commission for supporting Malibu's local coastal program amendment restricting pesticides. I would like to note a few of the distinguished supporters, including Senator Henry Stern, Los Angeles County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, National Park Superintendent David Zansky, Center of Biological Diversity, Californians for Pesticide Reform, Heal the Bay, National Wildlife Federation, the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation, the California Wildlife Center, the Santa Monica Mountain Fund, Project Coyote, Malibu Foundation, Malibu Monarch Project, Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth, Malibu Open Space Alliance, Citizens for Local Los Angeles Wildlife, and many more of the 369 pages of support letters. The City of Malibu properties have been pesticide-free since 2016, and in 2019, a green earth-friendly management policy was adopted. This policy eliminated the use of hazardous chemicals and pesticides and shifted to environmentally compatible practices. There are non-toxic solutions available for every issue that do not endanger the environment, including citizens, pets, and wildlife. The wildlife now is in dire straits. It is well documented by studies by scientists from the National Park Service, UCLA, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, that 80 to 90% of our predator wildlife, hawks, owls, bobcats, coyotes, foxes, raccoons, mountain lions, etc., are exposed to poisons. And it's not just the predator species that are endangered by poisons. It is widely known that the monarch butterfly population has been decimated, with a 99% decrease in California. In our neighborhoods, we are hearing of sick or dead dogs, cats, bobcats, owls, crows, and hawks. And just this last week, another mountain lion was found dead. Rodenticides poisoning our predator species, insecticides attacking pollinators and other insects, and cancer-causing herbicides need to be restricted in the especially sensitive California coastal zone. Thank you for implementing the amendment and help stop this cruel and senseless poisoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Keon.
Our
Who's
next speaker, we have Judy Villablanca.
Hi, Judy, are you available?
I am available. My name is Judy Villablanca, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Malibu Monarch Project. The Malibu Monarch Project strongly supports approval of the Malibu Local Coastal Program Amendment to prohibit pesticide use. This amendment is urgently needed to protect pollinators and other wildlife and is supported by the peer-reviewed science available. The 2020 annual monarch count across 261 overwintering sites in California found only 1,914 monarch butterflies, a 99% decline since the 1980s. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has announced that listing monarchs under the Endangered Species Act is warranted but precluded. Without federal protections, local action is even more important. Tens of thousands of monarchs used to overwinter in Malibu, and this year there were 0. Pesticide use is one of the major reasons. Scientific studies support the negative impact of pesticides. Increased use of glyphosate and expansion of farmland has greatly diminished milkweed in monarch breeding grounds and removed it almost entirely within fields. European studies have found fewer butterflies in fields treated with foliar-applied insecticides, and another recent study found pesticides in all plant studies, including those on organic land. The detrimental effects of pesticides are sadly not limited to butterflies. A 2015 Science article found that bees are subject to numerous pressures. Abundance and diversity of flowers has declined. Bees are chronically exposed to cocktails of agrochemicals and simultaneously to novel parasites spread by humans. Climate change is likely to exacerbate these problems. Stressors don't act in isolation. Pesticide exposure can impair both detoxification mechanisms and immune responses, rendering bees more susceptible to parasites. It seems certain that chronic exposure to multiple interacting stressors is driving honeybee colony losses and declines of wild pollinators. A 2021 Science article reported toxicity of applied insecticides to aquatic invertebrates and pollinators has increased considerably, driven by highly toxic pyrethroids and neonicotinoids. Insecticides also harm soil invertebrates. A 2021 article in Frontiers in Environmental Science found that in 71% of cases, pesticides killed or harmed soil invertebrates. Negative effects were across all studied pesticide classes, confirming they pose a grave threat to these organisms that are critical to healthy soil biodiversity and soil carbon sequestration. It is well documented that 80 to 90% of raptors and mammalian predators in the Santa Monica Mountains show exposure to high levels of multiple pesticides and rodenticides that has led to their deaths. Malibu's proposed citywide pesticide, rather than limiting the ban to city-owned properties, is critical to remove one of many stressors threatening our wildlife that do not recognize property boundaries. And we ask for your support of this LCP amendment. And I would point out that I think that a critical component of this is going to be a strong education program for the citizens to help them understand what other alternatives are available.
Thank you, Judy. Who else do we have, Kelsey?
Next, we have Joel Schulman.
Hey, Joel, are you unmuted?
I am, and I have slides. The one point I'm making here is that we have to go through the LIP process that Richard described as quickly as possible. We definitely do need that, and the reason is things are happening. We get incidents all the time. This is just a small selection, anecdotal of incidents that we know about, and it's really a small part. Next slide. Here's Malibu West. A guy walking his dog saw a poison rat, saw a dead crow on his roof. His dog is getting really sick. Luckily, the vet does save his dog. He sees a partially eaten dead rat. He talks to LA County about it. I assume animal control. What's going on here? This can't be. Their response: some idiot has dropped some poison in the neighborhood and it's doing damage. Next. Malibu West responds, and look at this list. Look only at the red. In 2 months, they saw poisonings of 5 dogs, 3 cats, 2 owls, 1 red-tailed hawk, 1 possum, 1 rabbit, 1 crow, several rats, and a partridge in a pear tree. Next. Here's a Latigo bobcat. It's not a great picture. On next door. Terrible conditions, scrawny, suffering from mange. I hate him suffering, says our neighbor. Next. That was just this month. Again, June. This is this month. Selfridge on Point Dume. Another very sad-looking bobcat. That's a bobcat, and you can tell from his face he's in very bad shape. Next. Zuma Canyon, just a few weeks ago again. Recently, our local hawks have disappeared because one neighbor used a pest control company. And in shock, this person is asking, is this allowed in Malibu? What are the rules? How can this be? Next. Topanga, just again, last month, they were watching this bobcat and then he died in their yard with mange and being poisoned by anticoagulants. This is a happy trail in Topanga. Next. That's just May. Barn owls are dropping. We've gotten reports from Latigo, the old Chimney Road, Escondido Drive neighborhood. In January, we got this picture of barn owl, and in October, another one last year. How many barn owls are dropping? This is just 2 that were noticed. Next. And of course, they're the solution. They eat the rodents. Again, Point Dume last October. Poor little guy found deceased on our property, another bobcat right in people's yards. Next. 1,000, of course, it's not just Malibu. I wanted to give a plug. Wildlife Care of Southern California, a wonderful group. This is, again, from this month. This little girl lost her battle today. Next. Agoura Hills, this was last year. Bobcat that the neighborhood was enjoying in Agoura Hills, found dead. Next. This is the absolute latest a few days ago. Newberry Park, cougar found dead right in someone's yard. It's being examined now by the Park Service. Next. Here's the California Wildlife Center, who's, of course, ground zero. They wrote in their letter to the Coastal Commission, nearly every day we receive animals, raptors, coyotes, bobcats that have been exposed to poison. We do all we can. The majority of them do not survive to release.
Joel, that's your time.
We need strong measures now. Please make this process that Richard described as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Do we have any other public speakers?
Yes, next we'll hear from Douglas Karstens.
Douglas, are you unmuted?
Good evening. This is Douglas Karstens. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. My name is Douglas Karstens. I'm an attorney with Chatton Brown, Karstens and Mentier on behalf of Poison Free Malibu in support of the staff recommendation of approval. We would like to first thank staff for all the time and hard work invested into this matter, including with the Coastal Commission staff and through the hearing at the Commission. The mention of hours and hours was probably an understatement. We are here in full support of the staff recommendation to approve this LCP amendment as modified by the Coastal Commission, which allows the city to protect its coastal resources in accordance with the Coastal Act. The Coastal Commission has recommended modifications which the staff supports. That Coastal Commission approval is unchallenged. The city is on strong legal footing to adopt this LCP amendment, as it has always been on strong footing. The proposed amendment rightly recognizes the scientific consensus that pesticides such as rodenticides can have far-flung, unintended, and devastating adverse impacts on wildlife and water quality, coastal resources the Act requires us all to protect. Accordingly, the amendment permits the city to prohibit pesticide application when it rises to the level of development as defined in the Coastal Act, when it may harm wildlife and water quality. The amendment will allow the city to do what has to be done to stop the pesticides. It applies to instances that can be considered development under the Act and that could have adverse impacts on coastal resources protected by the Act. Therefore, approval of this LCP amendment is fully within the city's jurisdiction and authority and is highly necessary. With that, I urge you to please vote in favor and support of protecting bobcats, raptors, mountain lions by voting to approve staff's recommendation. We look forward to the city ensuring there will be a strong follow-up with implementation policy formulation. This is an amendment you and your successors can be very proud of. I really would like to thank you for your time and consideration and would be available for any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karstens. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, we have 2 more. Next, we'll hear from Pat Healy.
Hi, Pat. Are you available?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Pat.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking for the Coalition for Slow Growth. We urge support of the staff report and ask the council to accept the Coastal Commission's language modifying LCP policy 3.8.
it me or are we done?
Pat, you were muted. I'm asking you to unmute again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you again.
Okay, I'm sorry. And we'd like you to direct staff to create an implementation measure for this policy. The city can interpret this amendment in a manner to carry out the Coastal Act by controlling and prohibiting the use of harmful pesticides in the city to protect wildlife, coastal waters, and ESHA. It is well documented, as everyone has said before, that the widespread use of harmful pesticides is senselessly killing wildlife, including the large predators, birds of prey, and the beneficial insects. Would like to thank you in advance for bringing this matter forward and taking the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Our final speaker is John Mazza.
Hi, John. Are you ready to speak?
I'm unmuted. Thank you very much for considering this. Please do not change a single word. This was hundreds of hours of effort to get every word exactly right. And the Coastal Commission listened to us and helped us wordsmith almost every sentence. And Doug Karstens and his firm helped us quite a bit. This is a huge step because this allows us to control the regulation. It is not necessarily true that we have to have an LIP amendment depending on what we work out in language, since the Coastal Act does say that we are the ones who determine what requires a CDP. And what will be required is, and I hope you direct staff to work with Poison Free Malibu and others to get language together to where we can get this going as fast as possible and interpret it in a way that we can use it. One of the most important things will be probably an ordinance to control the commercial pesticide industry in Malibu. We can control the citizens, but not them without an ordinance that can pull their license if that happens. So Poison Free Malibu is a very small group, and we worked very hard, and Keon and Joel worked for 8 years on this. We had opposition from prior council, and Coastal did agree that our theories were right. Basically, that you had to be adjacent to ESHA before, and now we prove that a bird can pick up a dead rat and take it into ESHA all across Malibu. So they've included the whole city rather than just ESHA adjacent. So hopefully you give Richard a wide berth on how to get this solved and come back to you. And we want to have this done as quick as possible. As you can see, animals are dying every day, and it's your dog that's in peril also. So thank you very much, and please don't change anything.
Thank you, John. Does anyone want to comment? Oh, Karen, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to thank all of the speakers. I know there are many, many supporters who didn't speak tonight. I would like to thank them as well. And I would like to thank the staff for their work on this. And I agree with everything we've heard tonight. I would like to move to adopt resolution 2132 and 2133. And as was mentioned again and again tonight, to direct staff to move forward on this as quickly as possible. It's been a long time in coming. I really especially want to thank Keon and Joel Schulman. They have done an incredible job of all of their research and of educating all of us on the council, certainly myself and members of the public and legislators in Sacramento. It's been an incredible amount of work on their part. And one of the first things Mikey and I had the pleasure of doing was speaking on this in Sacramento when these hearings were going on 2 years ago. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt those two resolutions.
Thank you,
I'll
Karen.
second that.
Mikey, I recognized. Mikey seconded. Did you want to comment as well?
Yes, I do quickly. Yeah, yet again, thanks to Richard. I've mentioned it before, to hear him talking with the Coastal Commission was all I could ever ask for. You did a masterful job with Joel and Keon and everybody else. And just thanks to everyone involved in that process. I actually wanted to wear a Hawaiian shirt tonight in honor of the efforts Skylar made when he was on council, but I just simply couldn't pull that off. I heard what Mr. Mazza said about every word right. Well, I need to fix one word. If we could look at the resolution, page 3, under section 3, second paragraph, line 5. It has the word qualify when it should be the word quality, underwater quality. So just one minor fix. I don't think we're changing. I think we're changing it to exactly what was meant, but I didn't want to miss that. And I too, as I seconded, I think Richard is the perfect person to drive this forward. I agree that he's got his hand on it, and so those are my comments. And just thank you so much to everyone that's got this to this point.
So was that a second as well, you said, correct? Okay, we've got a motion and second. Bruce is speaking for discussion.
Okay, well, first of all, it sounded to me technically that Mikey made a friendly amendment that we have to have accepted because of that change. Just want to make sure that we get that done right. So I can't be anywhere near as gracious as Karen was in thanking everybody and congratulating everybody. So I will just echo her comments on that. I just have a question about my understanding of this. So does this apply beyond, at this point in time, beyond when someone is getting a coastal development permit? Does development mean something beyond development pursuant to a permit?
So right now, we are putting this on all new permits. It's easy for us the way it's worded. We're being consistent with the policy. If anybody were to question it, to put this on with all new development. I think the other part of your question might have been, council member, is are we applying this to development that does not have this condition already attached to its property? And that's the direction I'm looking for as we move forward, is how are we going to do that? When does somebody trigger development by applying or placing a bait box on their property? Because right now the city has never interpreted the placement of a bait box or the use of a pesticide on a property as development. So if we were to just start doing that today, we might find ourselves in an awkward place if somebody were to challenge us.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing, no matter how broad you use these words, you can get that far. So that's step 2. That's what we're going to look at as we go forward.
Yes, that's correct. So if the council wishes tonight, by initiating the LCPA, and if the council likes, the next steps could be for staff to work with the stakeholders. I think that would be an important step rather than just having us just go straight to zone races. I think from what I've seen from this council, perhaps we work with the stakeholders and report back to you if those are your wishes.
One other question. I know that we have bans on various items in Malibu that are environmentally unfriendly. Can we, in addition to what you just described, as we go forward, include a ban on the sale of pesticides and herbicides in Malibu?
I think our legal staff's going to jump in. John's going to jump in on that. I think the issue here is one of preemption. We would have to be careful of that. Correct, John?
I think you're right. I think we have to analyze those from a preemption standpoint. I don't know the state law well enough relative to the sale of pesticides to say whether or not that would be preempted. Whether we could, such a regulation would be preempted, but we can look at that as part of the direction to bring this back. Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that thanks to everybody, the people I talked to. The only real objection from any member of the community I had was they're not going to exclude, not going to make it impossible for me to tent my house when I find out it has termites. And I talked to Pat Healy. She was very gracious in explaining to me that that was an example that was used at the Coastal Commission of the kind of usage that would be exempt. So if there are no other, Karen, would you accept the friendly amendment that Mikey made with relative to that one word?
Yes, absolutely. It looks like it was a typo anyway.
Okay. I can't see Steve for some reason on my screen. I don't want to. Did you have a question, Steve, or you fine with?
I think, you know, I want to echo everybody else's comments and thank everybody who put this together. You know, 2 years ago, I lost my dog because it ate a poisoned mouse someplace and it died. I mean, so I understand the impact of this stuff. And I encourage Richard to look very hard at ways to enforce this thing. I mean, you know, I walk around Malibu and I see all of these pest control trucks driving around. There, you know, there's, I don't know how many different ones there are, but how we're going to control those is going to be a difficult task, I think, or something we're really going to have to put our heads around. So I encourage you to jump on that as quickly as you can. That's all I got, Paul.
Thank you, Steve. I sense another 5-0 vote coming. So Kelsey, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. And that was for both of the resolutions. So we go on to 4D. 4D is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 486. So is there anyone from the staff who'd like to speak to this?
Mayor Grisanti, since this ordinance adopts a code by reference, it's required to come back for a second public hearing. We don't have any public speakers, so if the council is ready to, you can discuss the motion or approve the recommended action.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone want to jump in on this one?
Are there public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the adoption of ordinance number 486. Is there any discussion? Kelsey, would you like to call the roll?
Councilmember Fair.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that puts us at the adoption of the budget.
And we maybe consider a quick break.
Yes, I was just going to say that. So it's my watch says it's 8. I'm sorry. It's 8:48. So let's be back here at 8:59.
For cameras and microphones, please.
Okay, 8:48 then. 8:58. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Well, I can count to 5, so I guess we're back in session. So I believe we are now at 4E, which is the budget. And I believe we'll be addressed on this matter. Lisa?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Lisa. We're so pleased to have you back.
I'm pleased to be here and to present the final version of the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget for your review. And before I do that, again, I have to extend my thanks to our staff, our untiring and unflappable finance department, led by Renee Neerman and including Joni Hand, Brenda Cho, and Leah Tucker. I also have to thank Elizabeth Shavelson for helping me get this together in time enough for me to go away on vacation and come back and present it to you tonight. And then, of course, all the department heads and all the rest of the staff have worked very, very hard over the course of the past few months to really pull this together. Next slide, please. So this final version of the budget incorporates input from the previous City Council budget workshop in April, the public hearing in May, and the A&F subcommittee meetings that were held also in May. This final version assumes that California's June 15th reopening of the economy will remain in effect, and that our revenues will begin to improve from the prior year. And in fact, we have been seeing that things are looking up. The budget currently also assumes that the Woolsey Fire fee waiver program will continue through the end of the fiscal year. And I know that council had previously discussed maybe adjusting that timeline. And if the council wants to do that, we ask you to let us know, and we would bring that back at a later meeting. It also does contemplate that the hosted short-term rental ordinance will take effect in the middle of this coming fiscal year. And both of those factors do impact the city's revenues, and that has been incorporated in our projections. Finally, the budget proposes to use some of the American Rescue Plan funds to return staffing to pre-pandemic levels. These funds are available for the city to use for the next 3 years, and they can be used for this purpose. That can be an ongoing use again for those next 3 years. Staff resources continue to be stretched thin, handling the ongoing rebuilding after the fire, and adding back staff will help us move forward all the council's agendas. Staff will also continue to be asking council to maintain the decisions from the April 22nd budget workshop and the May 24th public hearing to refrain from adding more items to the work plan at this time. Next slide, please. So just to note some of the changes to the budget since the May 24th budget public hearing. In terms of revenue, these projections have been adjusted with our updated information as it's come in and actual current year revenues through the end of May. We've increased the projected property tax revenue by $200,000 to total now $12.4 million. TOT private rental revenue has been increased by $600,000. This is taking into account, again, as I mentioned, the hosted short-term rental ordinance coming into effect in the middle of the year. But it also does include the increased tax rate of 15% that went into effect on January 1st. Estimated sales tax revenue has been increased by $300,000. This has been done in consultation with the city's sales tax consulting firm who monitors these things for us and reflects what we're seeing in the revenues that we've taken in to date. The new version of the budget also includes additional grant funds that have been allocated to the city. And finally, we are now showing that the second installment of the American Rescue Plan Act funds will be received in the upcoming fiscal year. We've been told by the California Department of Finance that we will receive that second tranche in June. So it is now included in the budget, and those funds now total $2.83 million. That's up about $600,000 from the initial estimates that we were given. Next slide, please. In terms of expenditure changes, per council direction, The proposed budget is substantially similar, but we have included now not only the 2 5-day per week sheriff patrol cars, but also the additional 1/2 motorcycle deputy. And that number includes not only the personnel, but the one-time purchase of the car in that $171,000. The cost we are offsetting by a reduction in the homeless encampment cleanups for the next fiscal year. The cost for the by-district elections have been removed from the city clerk's budget. The new public safety liaison position has been added and is proposed to be funded through the American Rescue Plan funds. The budget also includes the costs for the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy grant for wildfire prevention. It also includes the consultant services for the CDBG disaster recovery multifamily housing program, and those will be funded through grant funds from the program. And finally, we increase the annual street overlay amount. The bids have already come in between the public hearing of the budget and this final version. And based on those bids and the addition of a linear feet to the proposed streets, this will allow the Public Works Department to actually complete that task. Next slide, please. The city's budget is based on the expected revenue for the upcoming year. Revenues continue to be tracking stronger than they had been in the earlier versions of the budget. The projections in the proposed budget are now based on, as I mentioned, the actual revenues received through the end of May. In fiscal year 2021-2022, the city anticipates receiving approximately $84.9 million in revenue, including $35.8 million of general fund revenue. And that does not include the FEMA reimbursements that we would expect to receive, nor does it include the American Rescue Plan dollars. Next slide, please. Property tax accounts for 43% of the general fund revenue. Malibu's other major tax revenue sources are sales tax, utility user tax, and transient occupancy tax, which together make up another 28%. Again, we're seeing a rise in the transient occupancy tax, which is reflective of not only that 15% rate that went into effect in January, but also the higher short-term rental use that we were seeing over the course of the pandemic. Hotels are still catching up. They were a little slow in the prior year. We anticipate them going back to more normal numbers. And finally, licenses and permits and service charges are projected to be at 8% and 9% respectively. Next slide, please. The proposed expenditure budget is based on the City Council's priorities and work plan. The work plan is attached at the end of the budget and details the city's priorities. As I mentioned earlier, if you need to add something to the work plan at this time, we could make that. Again, I will urge you in support of staff and how much everybody has on their plates that we not add too much. But this would be the moment. And again, we've maintained public safety, Woolsey Fire Recovery, and school district separation sort of as the top 3 priorities. And at this point, it remains pretty similar to what we have not added anything since that May 24th hearing. Next slide, please. Total expenditures are projected at $91.5 million. The general fund expenditure budget is $44.7 million, and this includes not only city operating expenses of $39.6 million in those ongoing operating expenses funded by $35.8 million in projected revenue, and $3.8 million from the $6.5 million designated reserve set aside by council in the current year. And I should note here that this is $1.5 million less than the $5.3 million that was needed from that designated reserve in the May 24th version. And some of that has to do with our updated revenue projections, and some of it has to do with a little bit of the trimming that we've done and our ability to use the American Rescue Plan funds. It also includes the expenses related to the Woolsey Fire disaster capital improvement projects that will ultimately be reimbursed by FEMA and Cal OES, and some one-time capital projects that are being funded with general fund designated reserve dollars. The city's share of the FEMA and Cal OES capital projects related to the Woolsey Fire will be funded in the amount of approximately $1 million from the SCE Woolsey Fire Settlement Fund. Other major expenses include $41 million of special revenue expenses, mostly for CIP projects. Legacy Park project fund expenses are budgeted at $1.97 million, and the Civic Center water treatment facilities operating budget is projected to be approximately $2 million. And as you just approved earlier in tonight's budget, those funds will come from the wastewater rate assessments that will be put on the property tax rolls. Next slide, please. Budgets for the ongoing operational costs and the capital improvement projects related to the Woolsey Fire and now the COVID-19 pandemic have been separated into their own budget pages to allow for better tracking. Both the operational expenses and the capital costs are anticipated to last for several more years. Woolsey Fire operational costs are projected to be $2.1 million, and that is for consultant services to assist in the rebuilding effort. And the capital costs are projected to be $4.5 million for the upcoming fiscal year. The operational costs will come from the general fund, and the capital improvement projects will be funded by FEMA, Cal OES, and Cal JPIA, our insurance carrier. The city's required match will come from the Woolsey Fire Settlement Fund. The budget also includes $180,000 for ongoing costs related to the COVID-19 pandemic. If any, as things are changing and more people are getting vaccinated, these costs may go down, but they will come out of the general fund at this point. The American Rescue Plan funds have been deemed not eligible, as we had originally thought, for costs for PPE or other cleaning supplies and things of that nature. The budget does use approximately $760,000 for salaries of the staffing to bring the staff back up to the pre-pandemic levels. It also includes $75,000 for new budget software. Both these costs have been reviewed with the city's independent auditors, and who are very versed in what the Treasury guidance is going. Of course, it's not final yet, but they have deemed that these costs will be eligible. Additionally, in the staff report, we discuss the possibility of using these funds for the acquisition and implementation of permitting software, which will allow our building department, our planning department, and our public works department to work more seamlessly together on permits. And as they run through the city, it will also provide greater transparency for applicants, because there will be the ability for them to see the status of their permit, log in, and see these things. So this is not yet included in the budget. It would be possible to fund this with the American Rescue Plan funds if the council so desires. So it is something to discuss and give direction to staff. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the city has prioritized the Woolsey Fire recovery, and the city staff and consultants have been dedicated to helping homeowners through the rebuilding process. And a shout out to planning and building and safety, because we have really moved this along, and we have 308 applications approved by planning, 191 permits have been issued, and 42 homes completed. We are moving in the right direction, and they are very busy in those departments. Next slide, please. The proposed budget includes $36.7 million for capital projects. Ongoing multi-year projects include the street overlay project, improvements to PCH and Westward Beach Road improvements. Construction on phase 2 of the Civic Center water treatment facility will continue. The permanent skate park project is underway, but currently only has designated funding of $300,000. It is important to note that no general fund undesignated reserves will be used for capital improvements in fiscal year 2021-2022. The city will use special revenue funds, grants, and designated reserves to complete these projects. Next slide, please. The proposed budget includes funding for 88 full-time employees and the equivalent of 13.27 employees working as part-time staff. These part-time staff are predominantly in the community services department and help run programs. They're the lifeguards at the pool. They're providing a lot of services throughout the community. This is an increase from the current year of 7.5 full-time positions. And these positions, which include the grants administrator, an additional code enforcement officer, an administrative assistant for code enforcement, an associate civil engineer, a planning technician, a recreation coordinator, a half-time fire safety liaison, and now we've added the public safety liaison. The budget proposes that these positions be funded by the American Rescue Plan dollars, and because more than these number of positions were cut in the current year as part of the budget process, and again when we came back in April and made more cuts, it is an eligible use because we are building back the public serving staff to those pre-pandemic levels. The student intern program does remain suspended for the upcoming fiscal year. And as part of your package are the salary ranges, positions, and benefits, and they are approved by the council as part of the final budget, and that is one of the resolutions that you have before you tonight. Next slide, please. Each year, the council awards funds to the local nonprofit groups through the General Fund Grant Program. This year's budget includes $150,000 for grants. 23 applications were received, totaling almost $440,000. On May 12th, the A&F subcommittee reviewed the grant applications and recommended awarding grants totaling $143,000 to 20 organizations, leaving $7,000 for potential future uses or grants over the course of the year. And no changes have been made since the May 24th public hearing on the general fund grant item. Next slide, please. The proposed budget anticipates a starting general fund undesignated reserve of $29.9 million and an ending reserve amount of $29.5 million. All of the facility and infrastructure repair projects from the Woolsey fire must be completed by the city and submitted for reimbursement to FEMA and OES. Historically, these reimbursements have taken years to be received. In the proposed budget, we're showing these FEMA costs as a liability against the general fund in the amount of $3.7 million. The SCE Woolsey Fire Settlement Fund is being used for the cost for the city's share of FEMA and Cal OES projects. And based on the current year expenditures, this fund will start 2021 fiscal year with $6.6 million and will end the upcoming fiscal year with $5.6 million. Next slide, please. At the start of the current fiscal year, the city had a general fund undesignated reserve of 79% of the annual general fund operating budget. And it should be pointed out that the way we calculate the reserve changes a little bit year to year because it is based on the operating budget. And when that basic operating budget shrinks as it did in the current year, our reserves, of course, have a higher percentage to it. And it's going up. So our operating costs are projected to be higher in the next fiscal year because we're adding back staff and not running on such a shoestring as we have in the current year. And the reserve did remain strong even after the use of the $13 million of reserves to complete the land acquisition and after the impacts of the Woolsey fire. And strong revenues in the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 2019-2020 contributed to maintaining the reserve going into the pandemic. The council set aside the $6.5 million in a designated reserve for fiscal year 2021-2022 operating expenditures. The proposed budget uses approximately $3.8 million of that reserve to cover the annual operating expenses. Staff recommends leaving the remainder of that set aside potentially to be used for the following fiscal year if revenues remain soft. And I'll point out, because you can see it in the lighter band, that the designated reserves grew significantly in fiscal year 2019-2020 because that was when we received the Woolsey Fire Settlement Fund from SCE. So even with the decrease in revenues projected with the current economic conditions and taking our expenditures back up, the proposed budget provides for a general fund undesignated reserve of 74% of the annual general fund operating budget. Council policy requires that the city maintain at least 50% in reserves, and to maintain the highest credit rating per our bond council, the city must maintain at least 65% in reserves. So we have met that goal. Next slide, please. Tonight, we ask the council to approve the city council work plan for fiscal year 2021-2022, to adopt resolution number 21-38, which adopts the annual budget, to adopt resolution number 21-39, establishing the appropriations limit, and to adopt resolution number 21-40, approving the authorized positions and salary ranges. This concludes our formal budget presentation, and I will just remind council that it is June 28th, and we do need an approved budget on July 1st to start the fiscal year. I will remind you, we do come back every mid-year and can make changes. The budget can be amended at any time by the council, and staff, as always, will continue to monitor trends and update the council accordingly. I believe that Steve McClary had some comments, so I will pass this on to him now.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just a couple of brief comments. Obviously, I came in fairly late to the budget process here, starting on May 1st. So for me, this was a relatively easy process. Unfortunately for Lisa, it means she had the added burden of having to bring me up to speed throughout this process as well. So, but I wanted to take a moment. I know Lisa had thanked so many of the members of the staff who had assisted putting this together, and of course I echo that as well. But I also want to take a moment here to highlight and thank Lisa for all her work. Obviously, we would not have been able to get this. Well, we're not over the finish line yet, but right at the edge of the finish line, we would not have been able to do that without all her efforts. I also want to just note for the council and the community that in terms of budgetary philosophy, my philosophy fits very nicely with the philosophy here of the staff in terms of really taking a very conservative approach, and I would almost say a worst case scenario type approach in terms of we try to make sure that we have enough money in the budget to cover all the possible foreseeable expenditures that we're going to have in the next fiscal year. Of course, there's always some things that come up, but again, all those foreseeable expenses, and then to then also budget conservatively on the revenue side. So, you know, what if all of our chickens do not hatch? And so that is the budget that we have, I think, presented you, and what Lisa and her team have worked very hard to put together is we're not going to count all of those chickens. And we're going to assume that a few of them escape from the yard too. So again, a very conservative approach, but also just wanted to make comment again, as I did at the previous hearing on the budget, that while the city is in good shape financially, and as Lisa noted, we're still on target to you know, stay above that 65% in the designated reserve. We're still not, you know, we're able to do that this year, you know, with the help here of that 3.57 or sorry, that the money coming from the designated reserve, the 3.79 million. And then of course, we're also talking about using $760,000 in the American Rescue Plan Fund. So those are not monies that are always going to be available to the city in future years. And so at some point, we're going to have to, you know, take a look in terms of, you know, are we going to be able to continue to fund all this, depending on where our revenues track going forward. So we know there are some concerns in the, you know, in the foreseeable future fiscal years. We're in good shape for this coming year, but as we've noted before, there are some big expenses coming down the line that the city is going to need to come to terms with as it moves forward. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I know Lisa is available as well. Thank you.
Mayor Grisanti, you're muted, and I'd also just use this as an opportunity to let you know you do have a public speaker on this item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we'll take the public speaker first, and then we'll go to Karen.
We'll hear from John Mazza.
Welcome back, John. Are you in the room, John?
Yeah, they just unmuted me. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm surprised only one person is speaking on something like this, but I want to just remind you that all the other governments in California above us are awash with money. LA County is supposedly getting $2 billion. LA City is $1 billion because of the windfall in California. We're getting 2.8 million. So consider that we shouldn't be funding the state or the county. And I'm going to mention that later, but just first I want to go to the work plan. I would like you to add to, not change the work plan because one of them is public safety. I'd like you to add to that a concerted effort to get the CHP back on the Coast Highway. It's the massive growth in people is not our fault, and it's getting out of control. And there's tons of money out there that can be allocated if we do it right. The second thing I'd like to say as far as the work plan goes is the Parks and Recreation Commission should have the ability to look at future uses of our parkland, at least do a survey, chipmunky, or whatever it's called, something like that to get started. We're paying $582,000 in interest this year and doing ZIP. So I hope just give them 10, 20 grand to let them do that. Now, as far as spending public money, I think we should defund the Zuma Beach Patrol to the level at which it exceeds our parking revenue. It's ridiculous for us to be paying $1 million that's really a county expense, and they have tons of money, as I said. So consider that. Now, also, we're saying, let's go back to the way it was before COVID. Well, we're winding down from all our fire expenses and our COVID expenses. Why should we just go back to where we were? I think we need a management audit by department for the new city manager to have available when he comes in, saying what our real staffing levels should be and what our demands are. Let's see here. I know I can't change much, but one thing I would like you to do is take the grants program this year and up Poison Free Malibu to $5,000. That'll leave you with still having an excess. They've had to spend a lot of money on lawyers, and we'll have to spend a lot money more helping the city come up with their next step. And that little amount of money makes a big difference to a tiny group like that. And then I think we should also fund a weekend and night code enforcement officer. It's absolutely necessary to deal with the amount of people
That's your
we have.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Karen, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to echo the expression of gratitude to Lisa in particular and to all the staff members. This budget is a lot of work, and just the fact that it's been able to be updated even in the last recent weeks, I appreciate that. And as our interim city manager said, I really appreciate the conservative approach. We'd rather be pleasantly surprised than not so, and that is the case again this time. It seems like there are a few questions that have come up even tonight. I don't remember who said it. Maybe it was Steve Uring, looking at the timeline of the Woolsey Fire fee waivers. I don't remember who said that tonight. I also know that we discussed the Public Works item about, sorry, I forgot which one it was. Lisa, can you help me on that? It was
The water for the
yeah,
Legacy
our
Park.
water quality, exactly. Legacy Park item, I'm sorry. It's not even late. I shouldn't have said that. I have a question, and I think I brought this up to our interim city attorney. I'll bring it up again publicly. Someone told me recently that Manhattan Beach and maybe some other cities are getting a portion of the revenue from citations that are written on the beach.
I've heard that. I have not been able to verify that. You did raise that with me, and I have not yet been able to verify that. We are still looking into that issue.
If any other beach city, particularly in LA County, is doing that, then I think we could certainly make a case for it.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to look into that. I know that the FEMA reimbursements can take years, and so we just have to wait that out. And those part-time positions, Lisa, are mostly seasonal, summer?
Yeah, I think Kristen's on and she could speak to the timing, but yes, it's certainly a lot heavier in the summer. We have a lot more lifeguards and pool use, but I see Kristen's on right now and she could probably answer.
And are some of those things like coaches for summer sports, things like that?
Most of our part-time staff are frontline workers that work at Malibu Bluffs Park and the Michael Landon Center. They help out at day camp, and summer swim programs, those sorts of things. So we do have a little bit of, up and down when it comes to summer programming is probably our most intense time that we hire those part-timers.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kristen. Oddly enough, John Mazza mentioned the CHP. I saw a CHP cruiser on Pacific Coast Highway at about 8:30 this morning, right near Webb Way. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. I didn't see him issuing any citations, but he or she was definitely on the highway this morning. And I just want to note, I'm very thankful that this American Rescue Plan Act funding is as flexible as it is. because that's, I think, really going to allow us to do the hiring that we do. As Lisa said, we've been on this skeleton crew, and I think we could get a lot more done. And the most important thing I think that I was thinking about is this software that was mentioned. Mikey and I met somebody a couple of years ago at a conference that was representing one of the software companies. And I think between planning and anything that we can do to increase our capacity, I mean, I think that's money very well spent. I would absolutely be in favor of that. So I guess between my questions and my comments, I will let somebody else move ahead here.
Thank you, Karen. Bruce's hand is in the air.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, just a few comments about some of the comments that have made. The CHP efforts are being made, and they're not necessarily going to cost anything. So I think that we don't need to be dealing with that for the budget. But efforts are being made, and I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. It's not going to happen overnight, though. Karen raised the issue of revenue from citations on the beach, and I made a comment about that during council member comments earlier. Jim Braden discussed with me that he believed we can be doing that there are revenue opportunities on the beach that we are missing. So I hope that we are going to look into that. Overall, here's my thought is we still have a $6.5 million deficit. We're forecasting revenue of 84.9 million, so 85 million. We're budgeting expenses of 90.5 million. And I know say it's forecast and budget. I mean, we don't know what we're going to receive. We don't really have a lot of control over what we're going to receive. We have some, but not a lot. We do have control over what we spend. Not complete, but some more. It's down from a deficit of 9.3 million in May, so that's great. We've cut the deficit by close to $3 million, largely by forecasting more revenue, though. So I'm not going to say that's smoke and mirrors, but when you up the forecast for revenue to cut a deficit, that's less bankable than reducing expenses. I could go into all kinds of details, and I mean, I have the ability, just going through this very carefully, to slice $500,000 to $1 million in expenses, but I know we're not up for that kind of discussion tonight. We're not going to do that. So what I would like to propose is that, assuming we approve this budget later tonight, hopefully not too much later, I'm going to request that we include a requirement that the city staff be directed to return with a proposed revised budget within 60 days that reduces the total deficit by $2.5 million, including reducing the 1.8 million general fund deficit by at least $1 million. I'm not saying it has to be done or else they haven't met the mandate. I'm just saying that we ought to direct that they come back with a sincere effort to cut that deficit. It might be by finding more revenue. It might be by decreasing expenses, but I think we owe it to the city. We have a time crunch here. We have to approve a budget tonight, obviously, but I think we owe it to the city to make at least one more pass and one effort to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and see if we can save some more money or get some more money, because a $6.5 million deficit to me is unacceptable. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. I see Mikey's hand. Mikey, you're muted.
Strong silent type, I guess. Okay, so we got a bunch of notes, so just let me organize here a little bit. First thing is, I'll start off with a question for Lisa. One thing we discussed previously, I believe actually Mr. Uring brought it up, was coming back at some point with ideas for generating more revenue. So I just wanted to mention that again as something to look at. And I know that, as already mentioned here, can we get, beach ticket, some of that money? We talked about, just looking at sales tax, whatever there is out there. And by the way, I think on the beach issue, I think what you're going to find, and I hope I'm wrong, is that other cities have different legal deals involving their beaches than we do. I think that's what you're going to find. They were incorporated long before we were, and things were different before the Coastal Act. But we'll find out about that. Another question for Lisa, I believe, maybe, or you can direct it. There's an increase in the street overlay budget. I just want to, I don't know why, circle back around for some very interested citizens to make sure. There he is. Hey, Rob, I love your floating head there. That includes the speed hump projects, right?
Correct.
Okay. I knew it did, but I wanted to be said in public, and because I know there's some great interest there. And I remain surprised that for this next year that Broad Beach did not bring forward anything on that. Did you ever hear from Broad Beach?
We have not heard back from the residents from that area.
Yeah, I heard from one or two. I said, hey, organize and send us a letter. I did not hear back. So maybe that'll come in the future. And yes, I'm glad the CHP continues to be worked on. I know that I have spoken to Henry Stern about it. It seems to be maybe a person that could actually help us with that. I'm glad to hear. I know Bruce is involved, so that would be fantastic, especially if it doesn't cost anything. Looking at our budget, I brought this up before, and I'd like to bring it up here and see if I can get consensus to bring this item back. But I think we should end our fee waiver applications by 12/31/21. And it sounds like every local people have been here a long time. Insurance issues seem to be solving them from what I'm hearing. And that was kind of the critical last group to me. And so I think we should have agendize that for a public meeting at some point. And I'd love to know the financial impact of doing that would have on the last 6 months of the year, just an estimate, and of course going forward. Right now we're running through it. 308 people have applied now. I think we know at least 30% never will fall under that program for a whole host of reasons. So we're getting close to the end, but there's got to be some financial impact there. I'm a big proponent of bringing the public safety liaison forward. I think clearly from tonight and many other nights and what we all deal with daily as council members, that public safety is just a huge issue right now for so many different reasons. I'm also a huge proponent of the investing in the permitting software. I've been talking about this with city managers and department heads since I was elected. I think our community and our residents really, really want to see this area of our city improved. And now is a chance to do it. And when we talk about expenses going forward, this is not an ongoing expense. So actually, it's a one-time expense we can use with Great American Rescue Funds. I think it's a fantastic expense. I probably, as a past planning commissioner, I'm sure Steve encounters this, the amount of frustration expressed by so many people in this area is huge. So I'm a huge, huge fan of that. Give me a second. Bruce threw out a couple numbers I just want to run back by you, Lisa. He threw out the overall revenue versus overall expenses. But since he threw in overall, that included designated and undesignated, including special funds. So I don't think that gave an accurate picture. I'd like you to comment on that because maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so let me take in order what I have from you. I think Rob answered your speed hump question, so we're good. And that number now is actually based on the bids they received, which included the speed hump and all of the overlay that is proposed. So we feel solid in that. Indeed, we have it on our calendars to bring something back about new revenue options to the ANF. subcommittee first, and that would be sometime in the new fiscal year. So that's still on our to-do list. But yes, that is the goal, to bring that back to you first, and then as the subcommittee, and then we will bring it to council after the subcommittee has evaluated it and feels ready to make some recommendations. If the council is inclined on the fee waivers, we would just need consensus from everyone on council, and we could bring back the fee waiver item to a future meeting. And likewise, if the council is so inclined for us to pursue the technology and doing a permit, building permit online process, we would bring that back too. We would go out and explore vendors and come up with a cost and bring that back. And finally, okay, so your final question was about the numbers that Bruce was talking about, and that is true. Bruce was talking about the overall projected revenues and the overall projected expenditures. And when we talk about everything, some of those projected expenditures, those often don't match, and the expenditures can be more because we are drawing on reserves, not just designated general fund reserves, but special revenue as well. So we have, for example, special revenue reserves for traffic safety and things like that. And we are pulling dollars from that aren't necessarily coming in, but we have them in reserve to spend on the various capital projects that we are proposing as part of the total budget. And you can see that on your schedule of fund balances, which is the first page of the budget, and you see the fund balance line, and then you'll see that there is remaining fund balance in many of those special funds that is continued to be used year after year. So those numbers don't often match. The number that is most important to focus on is the difference between projected revenues of undesignated general fund revenues and projected undesignated general fund expenditures. And as I said, those are the pots of money. That's where in the current year, the council has set aside this 6.5 million for us to use because we knew those revenues were going to be soft. We're now projecting them a little bit higher. It's true. Based on actuals, we are seeing much better revenues than we thought. But that's the number, that $3.79 million of differential between ongoing operating expenses and general fund revenue, that comes in. That's the differential that we would want to solve for, where we would want things to be even. We were already anticipating that they weren't going to be, but that's a number rather than the 6 million on the overall, because we're talking most of that. So if the difference is 3.79, the 6 or 6.5 is some of that is capital projects that we were already planning to do, and we're drawing down off those various reserves. Because again, we carried it over. We expected to use it maybe in a prior year. We didn't. We knew these projects were coming up. But I would say that more important is for you to look at the 3.79 million and think about how you want to deal with that. Again, we had been telling you over the past year, we knew we were going to approach a deficit. And we leave it to the council. We're giving you a conservative budget, conservative on revenues, even though I've increased them, because again, I feel comfortable increasing them based on actuals, but they are conservative still. And again, as I think Steve McClary mentioned, we want to make sure that the city has the ability to do what you ask us to do, that the departments have budget enough to accomplish things. And, you know, historically, we don't spend it. I mean, historically, our expenses are less than we budget. In the 5 years I've been here, we don't spend the budget, but if something comes up and we need to send extra patrols out or go send a crew to pick up trash, we have that ability because it is in the budget and we can make it happen. But again, this is up to the council's discretion. If you want us to come back, we can. I might recommend, I know that Bruce had suggested 60 days, you know, and if the mid-year is too far away, maybe we think about doing it when we bring the first quarter, because we will have, you know, revenues and we will have more information about the final close of the current year when we do that. But again, that I leave that up to the council.
Okay, thank you for that. I just have a few more comments and I'll shut up. John Mazza's comments on defunding the Beat Patrol, while I understand that it's not, seems like it's fair that we pay for that, I think Lieutenant Braden has pointed out we get a lot of extra benefits out of that as well. It's not just a one-trick pony there. So while I agree that's an odd area, that'd be great to look for more grant funding or special funds of some sort. I would not suggest that we cut that now, especially this late date, especially considering we've gone through some historical crowds the last year. That might be completely overwhelming. John also mentioned auditing staff levels. I would say that'd be much more appropriate. And we haven't named a permanent city manager rather than before, because I would think the permanent city manager would actually want to be a part of that if they feel that's needed. And I also want to confirm another comment. He said, weekend and night code enforcement. We are bringing in another code enforcement person as well as an assistant there. And as I remember, we stated a number of times that that will help cover those need times. Sue, who is it that was it Susan? Would you be able to comment on that, or?
That's Richard.
Or Richard.
Yeah, and yes, Lisa? We are bringing in. Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that because, and here I see Richard as well. But yes, that was the idea. If we're bringing in extra code enforcement to deal with all of the issues, there's the ability to flex schedules and get coverage at the times that we need it, not just 9 to 5. So, Richard, I don't know if you have anything to add.
That would basically be it. If it is the council's wish that we have code enforcement out on the weekends and evenings, you know, right now we have been doing it, but when we do things like that, it does, as Lisa mentioned, it compromises the weekday hours because we flex the schedules. So the idea of this extra code enforcement officer was that, and then also to address the other concern, which was the short-term rentals. Now that we'll be taking that on in the planning department, that would be another task for this person, in which those are weekend events.
Thank you. Thank you. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. I see Bruce's hand.
Well, Paul, do you want to wait and you and Steve make your comments first, and then I'll come back with just a couple.
Very good. Steve, do you have a comment you want to make? I'm willing to go now if Steve is not ready.
Councilmember Euring, you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, I got a couple. My budget experience has been that you got to be very careful trying to build a budget based on projected new revenue. And I mean, unless you're absolutely certain that you've got something in the bank, I go back to Bruce's comment, says you can control the cost you may not have the ability to control the revenue. You know, well, I think we should look at new sources and see if we can find something. But you know, you don't want to. I don't think you want to go to the bank on that. I agree with Mikey. We should take a look at the fees that we're waiving for the rebuild. And Mikey, I just, you know, and maybe if they're going to come back with some numbers, you know, there are two sets of rebuild fees. They're the fees that we originally designed. We said if you're building a like for like or like plus 10%, we'll waive your fees. And we know that we've got a lot of these people doing serial development where they're coming in with, you know, one plan and then 2 weeks later adding more house to that. And they're not the folks that need the money. All right. So I would just, if we're going to do this, let's take a look at, if we take it back to where we originally designed it to be, what would the impact be? And I would suggest that we do that. Lisa, the number of new bodies we're bringing in, and there was a slide that I think it showed that there were 7 new positions that we were increasing this year. Does that include the process of bringing us back to where we were prior to last year? Because there were 2 steps. There was one that said, you know, we want to go back and use those funds, American Rescue Funds, to reinstate some of the positions that we took away. And then I think there's additional positions we're putting in now. So when I get to the end of that, based upon how many positions we have today, and if we do the things that are in the budget, how many am I going to have when I get to the end of that? Is that question?
Yeah. So in terms of full-time positions,
right,
that will take you to 88. That's what's proposed in the new budget.
And those are a result of filling positions we had before.
No, those are the result of adding the 7.5. So we're adding those 7.5. We eliminated over 8 positions in the current year during the budget process and in the August revise. And so we're now proposing to add the 7.5 positions. They're not exactly the same positions because we're adjusting them for what we think the needs are, right? So we didn't have a public safety liaison before, but we think that's a greater need than some of the other positions we may have had. So we're adding those 7.5, but again, the American Rescue Plan is only talking about staffing levels. It doesn't say you have to, you know, replace exactly what you had before. We're talking.
I was just trying to get a count in my head. That got
yes. And so we reduced more than that 7.5 in the current year, and now we're recommending that we bring those positions on, and some of them are exact positions, right? We lost a recreation coordinator in community services, and we are proposing to bring that back. But of course, the code enforcement officer is a new position. We lost a planning assistant, an assistant planner, but we're recommending at this point to bring back a planning technician. The planning department has had good success actually growing people up within the department, bringing them on at the bottom step and growing people and getting them to learn the city and learn the coastal plan and all of those things. And we've had much better success recruiting that way than we have recruiting for higher positions.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yes, it would take us, we're down this year from the prior year, and we're proposing to add those 7.5 positions back. And the 0.5 is the halftime fire safety liaison that had been approved the prior year and then was defunded in response to COVID.
Okay. So I'll just repeat. I would second Mikey's consensus request to bring back the waiving of the fees, what that looks like. I would also like to suggest, and I don't know if it's going to cost any money, to have Public Works at least take a look at putting some water back in the Legacy Park. I don't care whether it comes from La Paz or it comes from the wastewater treatment system where we're dumping 40,000 gallons a day. But I think if we can do that, I think it makes the park much more enjoyable for everybody, makes it look better, makes the birds happy. And so, you know, a lot of good stuff comes out of that. Software. And I agree when I spoke to the recruiter there, Avery, whatever his name was, that's one of the conversations we had, that if we're going to put software in, I think you got to look at it in two different ways. One, I think it will help improve the customer service component of what we're doing for the residents, but it also should help us reduce our cost. I mean, software, the technology that's out there, and I don't know whether we've got the talent in-house to go out and take a look at what software is available and what we need and how to make it all work, or whether you've got to go out and find somebody that does that for a living. But it seems to me that you want a technology plan that says, if I put it in, I'm getting both of those pieces. I'm improving customer service, and you're right. I mean, giving people access, visibility, where their permits sit. I think people dance in the street if we can give them that. But in the course of doing that, you'd like to see in the longer run, the software is going to allow us to reduce some of the personnel costs that we have, because this is, things are going to keep going down. Personnel costs are going to keep getting higher. And I think we should start taking a look at that. Regarding Bruce's, and Lisa, Bruce said 60 days. When would you bring back a revised budget? What date are you looking at?
Well, I guess I need to hear from the council about what you're actually looking for.
Go ahead. Here's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I think Bruce is correct. I think we should at least start taking a look at. Let me go back. I think from you, we got to get a perspective that says, when I get to next year's budget, what do you think our deficit is going to be? What do you think our delta is going to be? Is that going to be? I mean, how much do we have to figure out? 2 million, 3 million, 4 million? I don't know. I mean, I can guess, right? Because I know some of these costs are going, our police costs are going up next year. We know we can tie down some things. And when you do that, you should figure out what the delta is. We got to start taking a look at that as early as we can, because it may give it, the earlier we have some visibility, the better we have to make good decisions of how we get there. And that's all I really want to try and do. So with that, I think, the short-term rental thing changing in mid-year. Where did you hear that? Is that the Coastal Commission is committed to that? Changing the short-term rental ordinance, or you're just being optimistic?
At some point I talked to planning staff about when they thought, the Coastal Commission would hear it. I was given a date of sometime that in the fall they would hear it. And again, so I'm being conservative, saying, okay, this is a revenue source where the city brings in quite significant revenue. Our numbers this year are very high in short-term rentals. But if that goes away, I had to come up with something. So I figured,
that's okay.
6 months in.
I just wanted to know if you had.
I know I don't have a psychic connection to the Coastal Commission.
The rest of us have. Yes. Okay.
No.
Okay. So I would second Bruce's thing. I mean, you guys decide what date you want to do that, but bring something back. Let's start taking a look at what our delta is going to be in the upcoming year, what kind of new numbers we get based upon any kind of revenue that's coming in this year, so we can start taking a look at what we got to, do we have to start cutting costs? How much do we have to cut? And so we at least have that on our plate.
Isn't that an A&F exercise?
Well, I guess I'm hearing two different things, because I think what Bruce was asking for was very specific to cutting costs in the proposed budget. What I hear, Steve, you are asking for is for us to begin forecasting for the future year and see where we're going to be. And of course, we can start to forecast going forward. I'm going to be conservative because I don't know what revenues are going to do, and I will have, in 60 days, I'll have a little better picture of revenues, but I won't have a huge sense of where those revenues are going until we get a little bit further on in the year. So if the direction from council that comes out of this is that you want us instead of using the reserve that you set aside to really look at cutting costs, that's one thing. If we're talking about forecasting for future years, we can do that. I'm not going to have, I can start to do that. I'm not going to have really good numbers right now, but I also do think, and I've pointed it out before, there are things coming down the pike, like the sheriff station at the college, and when those costs might come in. I don't think it's in the next fiscal year. I think that's probably one more fiscal year away, but that's a significant cost of which I don't have, we need to continue to have some meetings with the 3rd district and the sheriff's department to talk about what those costs will be. And then we can think about other things coming down the pike. And it is something that we do. Again, that could be a discussion that we bring to the council at some point, but that's sort of a different discussion than I think what, he can correct me, what Bruce was talking about, which was cut this budget.
Yeah, and maybe,
So-
maybe, I don't think Bruce and I are that far off because, I mean, from projecting ahead, it's really all I want to know is what do we think our delta is going to be? What is the nut we're going to have to get to?
Right.
Okay. And so and then we can take a look at our current budget and say, here's what we cut out of that to help us get there. So if we do that exercise now, it makes us better prepared when we get to the, if we got to start cutting in the last quarter of the year or whatever it is, we at least got an idea of what the hell we're doing. So that's all I got. And Mikey, I don't care if it comes back to administrative and finance, if we want to start there, or if we want to get it to the whole council. But I just think that's an exercise that we really have to get done, because you don't want to be sitting here next March or next May, figuring out what the hell we're going to do with our budget without having that stuff pretty well figured out. At least I don't want to be there doing that.
Yeah. And we would take it to administration and finance, because that is our process, is that we do take, if we took a new version of the budget, when we come with the first quarter report, those things all come pro forma to administration and finance first. So we would bring it to the subcommittee first for discussion and then bring it to council. So no matter what, we would be having multiple discussions and getting input on what we would do.
One last question. If we want Public Works to take a look at this water in Legacy Park, can we do that tonight?
So the piece that you can do is add it to the council work plan that you want the Public Works Department to look into that. And we can bring back something to put it, because again, I think we had this discussion before. Our recommendation was that anything that was going to go on a commission work plan should be on the city council work plan first. And it's not on the city council work plan. So I would recommend that if you really want us to look at something, we have to add it to the council work plan first. And then we can come back, it could be on the consent calendar that you add it to the Public Works Commission's work plan, but at first it does need to get on your city council work.
I'm just trying to figure out how we get this process started before the rainy season comes in. All right. That's what you're talking about is now another 4 weeks away before we get anything.
No, but it definitely, you need to add it tonight. If there is consensus that you want to move forward with exploring that, it should be added to the city council work plan tonight.
Mikey, Paul, when I get done, I want to make a motion to add it to the plan, so at least we can get that on somebody's radar screen and see if there's something we can do. That's all I got. I'm
Steve.
done.
Thank you. I'm going to start my comments by saying that I believe that we have an avenue. Right now, Rob has on his work plan for the last couple of years to get the purple pipe water flowing in Legacy Park. And I had a conversation with him about it, and I don't think it's going to require any further instruction from us for that to happen. And I don't know if Rob wants to weigh in and tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. And I'm having a lot of problems with my video. So if I look orange or if I'm floating, I
You're
apologize.
floating. You're a very light being at this moment.
So, but yes, to get the recycled water to Legacy Park from our water treatment facility, it would be something we can get started going up right away. But if council so desires, we can look at another alternatives as looking at the recycle or at the groundwater from coming from La Paz and bringing it over there temporarily.
What's the quickest way to get there?
Quickest way is to make that recycled water connection from the treatment plant and doing that. I think that's going to be.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That's something that will continue on in time. The recycled water is going to go away, and the water from the groundwater is going to go away next February anyway. That's when they anticipate they will not have to withdraw any more water from the earth over there. So if we can get something done quickly, I would really appreciate that. And if we want it to add it to a work plan, we'll do that as well. The other thing I want to do is take just a moment to tell Lisa how reassuring it is to have seen you work for the city while you were here and to have watched Riva as well. And neither one of you ever projected any income that didn't show up. And you also have done a great job of waiting to give us good news until the good news arrives. So when the quarters, I don't know when the first quarter money becomes apparent to you, but I would think that that would be the appropriate motion for us to revisit this. I do think that we ought to be talking about ending the free permit program in January, and I think that the time to talk about it would probably be at the same time we know what our first quarter of this new year looks like. I'm very much in favor of adding the software for the planning and building and safety. I think the major benefit to all of us will be in the increased satisfaction of the people who are going through the process and can't understand why they're stuck. Why, and when they turn in something to one group, they want the other groups to be able to see it. They don't understand why they don't see it all automatically. And I think it will decrease the amount of time we spend on processing. It'll make our staff more effective. And I think it's a great goal. And I'm very much in favor of that. I like what Jim Braden had to say about possibly finding some more income for us with the beach patrol tickets. So that would be lovely. And once again, because you are so conservative, Lisa, I'm confident that there will be a happy ending here. But Bruce has been waiting, and I'm going to turn this over to Bruce at this point.
Thank you, Paul. So quickly, I'm fine. I support also having a discussion at some point about ending the fee waiver. I'll just say I'm not inclined to vote in support of doing that, but discussion is always good and we can reach an informed decision. Discussion, anything that anybody thinks is an important thing to look at, I support having a discussion about it. And I agree with Mikey's point that although a staff audit makes sense and it's something we're going to have to do eventually, it does make sense to wait until we know who our permanent city manager is going to be, because that person's going to definitely need to weigh in. Software, I like everything I'm hearing about that. Just, we're facing a deficit already. So I don't want to see us adding more expense to do things that have benefit. This may not be the year to be doing it, but again, that's a fine detail. So when I come back to is, I want to make a motion that we approve the budget. I get 90 days versus 60 days. That makes sense. The quarter makes sense. Lisa, you were correct 100% that Steve and I were talking about slightly different things. I'm talking about a proposal that at some point in time, let's call it 90 days, the staff come back and it makes sense to be to ANF, not to the full council, with a proposed revised budget going forward for the next 3 quarters of the year that eliminates the deficit. Doesn't have to be by eliminating expense, just eliminates the deficit to some specified degree. Mikey, you had asked about the general fund versus the overall expenses, and I didn't want to bore everybody with all the details. I had gone through that too. But yes, we have a $3.8 million deficit there. That's not chump change. It's reduced from a $5.7 million deficit in April. So I applaud the staff and Lisa for getting us there. That's great, but it's still $3.8 million too much. So the motion I'd like to make is that the staff come back in 90 days to ANF with a proposed revised budget that reduces the $3.8 million deficit in the general fund to $2 million or less. That's what I'd like to. So the motion is approve the budget and add that qualification. And there's a lot of expenses you can hold off deciding whether to incur while you're looking at whether you can get those reductions, and then make the harder decisions 3 months from now. Should we go ahead and make those expenditures or not? That's it, Paul. Thanks.
So I would like to clarify a couple of things. One, so just to make sure that, so the quarter ends after 90 days. We don't come back at 90 days. We come back after we've closed the quarter and analyzed it. So as long as we're clear that it's not like 90 days from today, we have 90 days of the year, we run all the numbers, and then we analyze them and present them to you. So that does take a little bit of time.
Lisa?
That's fair, but let me say, I understand there's a mid-year review again, and in ordinary times that makes perfect sense, but we've got an extreme deficit here, so I think we need to fast forward that a little bit. So yes, 90 days plus increase.
Yeah, I hear you, and I guess then what we just need is council consensus that is what everybody wants me to do, to cut that operating deficit from the 3.79 million to 2 million.
Or less.
I see Bruce, I see Steve's hand, and I would like to speak after Steve speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm just trying to think of how we would be able to do that going forward. Because I guess I would have to say that if I walked out of here with those marching orders, I think effectively we're going to pretty much be, if we know that we're going to need to come back with a plan to try to reduce that level, we're going to basically be frozen on moving forward with a lot of these new expenditures, I would think. So, I think that could have some impacts in terms of, how we're operating going forward. And of course, certain things, we're not going to be able to have a lot of wiggle room on, large expenses, things like the sheriff's contract, which I know that's not what we're talking about here. But my point is, you start shrinking the pool in terms of what we would be able to reduce from, especially as time goes on. So, Lisa, am I off base on that, or do you see where I'm coming from?
I do, and I think again, this was foreseen, right? We knew we were going to get into this fiscal year with a deficit between incoming revenue and the ongoing operating expenses, which was why we set aside that 6.5 million. There's more reserves beyond that. So when we talk about 74% of operating budget in undesignated reserves, that still exists. So that 6.5 was set aside because we told council, we knew we were going to be in this position. I'm happy, and again, happy to say, don't have to use all of the 6.5, and that's because there's other revenue that we didn't anticipate. The American Rescue Plan and its ability to allow us to fund staff. Other revenues being great, strong sales tax, way stronger than we thought. We were predicting bottom of the barrel. So we prepared this budget based on that direction. This would be a new direction where we're looking at cutting, that 3.7 to 2. That's not insignificant. And it would change how we approach the start of the fiscal year. And again, we did it last year because we knew that was ongoing, right? The pandemic was worse. We started with dire predictions. We were going, oh my God, it's shutting down even more. We're cutting and cutting. And that's how we operated at the beginning of the current year. But it would be hard to make decisions. Of course, you all have said very explicitly, this is what we want our sheriff's contract. So we could enter into the sheriff's contract. That's fine. But when we're talking about cutting $1.8 million further from this budget, that's a big nut. And I don't, Steve McClary and I would have to figure out how we would do that.
Lisa, I have one question for you, and then I'm going to turn it over to Karen. My question is, when will we have the numbers for the current quarter?
For the first quarter of the year?
No, for the last quarter of this year.
So we won't have until usually October. Because we usually bring you the fourth quarter of this year and the first quarter together. Because what happens is there are trailing expenses that get allocated back to the current fiscal year, right? You don't get your water bill, like I don't get my June water bill until July or August. We try to insist that our consultants get their bills to us pretty quickly at the close of the year, but there's always trailing expenses that we accrue back. Likewise, there are trailing revenues that get accrued. Short-term rentals get paid after the quarter ends, right? So everybody has 30 days to pay, so we don't get our revenues for the end of June until the end of July. So we tend to allow costs to accrue through the month of September, and then we cut it off. So I would have I'll have more refined numbers within a month of the close of the year, but they will continue to evolve a little, which is why, our auditors don't come until October to actually close the year.
So after they come would be an appropriate time to speak to us about how things seem to be going.
Yeah.
Okay. Karen, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Paul. That's basically where I was heading to regarding Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein's suggestion about this cut. Along the lines of what's just been said in the last few minutes by interim city manager McClary and our assistant city manager, I think we could look at this end year, at the numbers, at first quarter numbers. Obviously, we've got the mid-year budget review. We probably don't have to wait that long. But I think this year, more than most, we have such a dynamic budget situation. We've had just, a run here that I would have never predicted, between the fire, the mudslides afterward, the pandemic. It's been one major event after another. And I don't think I would support passing a motion to make that kind of a cut right now.
Thank you, Karen. Mikey?
Thank you. So, yeah, this municipal budgets are interesting. They're really much different than corporate budgets in many ways. So, we're looking at a fund balance projected of 29.9 undesignated to start the year, ending at 29.4, using and shifting some money around, so we're only $500,000 less. But interestingly, the 6.6 million that we have left in the SCE's funds only drops to almost 6 million. It doesn't drop $3.7 million. Another interesting thing, like in a corporate account, that it would drop 3.7 million unless you sold more shares or something. So it's a different beast. And I have to agree with what Karen and Paul said. I don't think, I understand and agree with what Bruce is saying as far as being concerned with being upside down. Absolutely, 100%. But I don't know that we're going about it the right way on that short term. And I think Lisa and Steve brought that up as far as we have some of these are long-term contracts. There's the big chunks of it. So that would mean we're trying to chip at the edges, which will be really weird. So I would be more in favor of, yes, we should be looking at this all the way through the year, 100%. But we should really make more headway at mid-year, because I think after the first quarter, hearing what Lisa had to say and Steve had to say, I think it'd be very awkward, very hard at this point. And we're not putting ourselves, yes, we have to figure this out, but to make cuts at this point seems a little quick, considering that our undesignated fund is not in danger, and neither is our SCE settlement funds are still there. So yeah, the points are very valid, but I think the way to get there is to spend a little, not delay, not do it, be looking at it all the time, but I think we need a little more time to see where we're going, is my take on it right now. And that's my comment on that.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce, I see you raised your hand.
Yeah, just one last point on this. I hear what everyone's saying. And Steve McClary, I get that it hamstrings you a little. I don't think it's as much as suggested, but talk is cheap. It's easy for us to say, of course, we're going to continue to monitor. And every year we come back in the middle of the year and look at how we've done, but not with a goal of having reduced a deficit. We just come back to look at how we're doing and decide whether to make adjustments. I think extraordinary-ish problems call for extraordinary means. And that's why I am proposing that we set a hard stop for ourselves with a genuine effort to get a reduction. It's not like anyone's going to get fired if they can't meet the reduction, but unless somebody's trying to get the reduction, it's not going to happen. So that's the reason for the motion. If we don't have a majority for it, so be it. But that's what I think we owe to the residents.
Thank you, Bruce. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Let's have a vote. Kelsey?
Could we have it restated,
Yeah,
please?
please. Yes.
Sure.
Yes, as I understand it. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, did you want to restate it yourself?
No, go ahead, Kelsey. I didn't know you were going to do it. Go try.
As I understand the motion, it's to adopt resolution number 21-38, adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, and directing staff to bring back a revised budget at the first quarter to lessen the general fund deficit to $2 million or less.
Perfect.
And if you're ready for that roll call vote.
I think we are.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer?
No.
Councilmember Pearson?
No.
Mayor Grisanti?
No.
I'd like to make this a similar motion, changing it to after the mid-year budget is out, to look at how we might make that progress.
They
Thank
didn't.
you. Does that mean with a mandate?
Bruce, I didn't see you raise your hand, please.
I would think after the at the mid-year budget, we should have, and I know we'll be looking at it all the way along, A&F, et cetera, but we should have a plan that addresses the deficit along the lines of what Bruce said. Whether we can pull it off or not this year, I don't think is important as having a plan that we can address for going forward in the following year. Because this year, I'm not as worried about. It's the future that I'm worried about. So I would change the motion. I'm getting tired here, so I'm sorry if I'm rambling, but I would change the motion to have a plan to present to council on what we think it might take to reduce the budget at the mid-year.
Is there a second?
Could I get that motion restated? I'm sorry, Mikey. I'd like it clarified, please.
I'm going to ask Lisa to help me with it since she's our budget person.
Okay, so what I want to clarify is, you're not asking us, because again, I think Steve McClary would agree with me that if you're asking us to cut that deficit in the current year at the mid-year, that's even harder.
No, that's not it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am tired. Okay. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's okay.
Caffeine's run out.
What I think I'm hearing is you want us to come back with budget in addition to at the mid-year, you would like us to come back not only with the mid-year, but with budget forecasting for the following year and on about how we project we're going to land with the deficit, to address a deficit as we move forward into the next fiscal year.
Yeah, I guess I would.
What you're asking me? Okay,
yes, with the tweak to make sure we're on the same page that assuming we show a deficit, how we're planning to address it, to Bruce's point. So we're not setting up a plan to run into deficit going forward.
Got it.
I'll second that motion.
I'll call the motion, I guess.
Well, we have
sorry.
You have a motion, there's a second. Now we're having discussion. Bruce, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wonder if Kelsey could state succinctly what it is the motion was that was seconded so I can understand it when I decide how to vote.
The motion, as I understand it, is to adopt Resolution 2138, adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, and direct staff to bring back a revised budget at the mid-year with budget forecasting for future fiscal years and plans to address a deficit.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Kelsey, I'd like you to call the roll.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
No.
Motion carries.
Does anyone want to make a motion relative to 2139? Establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22.
Mayor Grisanti, in case you're trying to go in order, we do also need to have the work plan approved at some point.
I'm sorry, was the work? Oh, you're right. The work plan is next. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the work plan.
Thank you, Mikey. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the work plan. Any discussion?
I do have a question. As Lisa stated earlier, I assume this is with the understanding to bring back items for the budgeting and permitting software and a study of ending the fee waiver program by 12/31/21. Is that correct?
You in concurrence, Lisa?
Yes, I mean, that was my understanding that you wanted us to come back to discuss changing the dates of the fee waiver program, and that we would also, staff would begin a process for soliciting vendors for a online permitting program, and the implementation of such.
Thank you for being able to phrase that.
No problem.
Okay, and one other question that I have about the work plan regarding Lance Simmons' request about putting this, dealing with the La Paz water.
If you want to add that, we can, but there is already a solution in place, and it just requires work that was started 2.5 years ago to be completed now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I think that's the quickest way to get water into the pond.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, I see you. Are you wanting to speak, or?
I just interject real quickly. I think staff is sufficient direction to be able to move forward on that item. So I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a motion to go forward with the work plan. Do we have a second? Did I miss a second? I'll second it.
I think you did before, actually.
Oh, well, okay. Kelsey?
No, maybe not. Now it shows Paul. Maybe it was, who knows?
Was it someone else earlier?
I think it was Bruce earlier, but maybe.
Oh, it was Bruce earlier, wasn't it?
I thought it was Bruce at one point.
I'm sorry, Bruce.
Everyone else is right. I'm wrong.
No problem.
The second was Bruce. So thank you for correcting that. So Kelsey, would you like to call the roll?
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes, and I apologize once again to Bruce for not having him down as the second. I apologize.
And Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 2139.
Isn't that what we just did?
No, we did
we just did the work plan.
Oh, excuse me. Never mind. I will second.
Karen seconds the appropriations list 2129. Bruce, I see your hand is raised. Would you like to discuss?
Yeah, I just have a question. Could just somebody just give me a 60 or 90 second explanation of exactly what this one means?
Lisa, you're still muted. You're muted, Lisa.
I got it. Thank you. Sorry. I'm just going back to the staff report because just to give myself reference, because this is something that comes to us from the California State Constitution. Oh, look, and Ruthie, our city treasurer, is here to help me if I need help. You want to try?
I'm happy to do so.
Okay.
The state of California establishes a limit of appropriations annually for every municipality based on the total appropriations of the state, and that amount changes slightly every year. In fact, it's called the GAN limit, and that GAN limit statewide is up for some discussion in the governor's proposed budget, and the legislature apparently has made a preliminary deal with the governor to give municipalities a little bit of leeway this year because many are, unlike the city of Malibu, many municipalities, as was mentioned earlier, have an extreme amount of resources to spend as a result of all of the federal COVID recovery resources that have been provided. So it's the GAN limit, it's an appropriations limit. It is meant to have a ceiling, to establish a ceiling by which the municipality should set its budget under. We're nowhere near it based on my recollection of what I reviewed a few weeks ago.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I think we have a motion and a second. So Kelsey, I believe it's time for you to call the roll yet again.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Next, we're looking for someone to adopt resolution number 21-40.
I'll make a motion to adopt 2140 on salaries and salary ranges.
I will second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Kelsey, would you like to call the roll?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
No.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. That takes us to old business, which item 5A is a consideration of resumption of in-person meetings. Who do we have available to give us a report on that?
Yeah, happy to do so, Mr. Mayor. So just a quick refresher, we brought this item forward 2 weeks ago, and at that point, staff was given direction to bring it back with the option of the council to adopt an ad hoc committee to work with staff to develop some options and considerations for how and when to resume in-person meetings. Of course, we're continuing to operate under the executive order signed by Governor Newsom, which allows us to do business through virtual public meetings, as has been going on throughout the pandemic. That governor's executive order has extended that flexibility through September 30th of 2021. So the city has the option to continue doing virtual meetings through that time. Not much has changed in terms of the regulations since that time. Cal OSHA did meet on the 17th and did adopt some revised workplace standards, which the governor then signed an executive order to put those into immediate effect outside of the normal 10-day waiting period. None of that had a real direct impact on the resumption of in-person meetings. So again, happy to take any direction from council tonight. Council also has the option of appointing an ad hoc committee, 2 members of council to work with staff and to return to council with recommendations. That is the extent of my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, Kelsey?
John Mazza signed up to speak on this item, but it appears he's no longer in the meeting.
Okay, well, if he comes back, we'll involve him. Bruce, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. And we received written comment from Craig Hill, which had some provocative thoughts in it. So I assume everybody read that. I would like to make a motion that we appoint an ad hoc committee because we need to be nimble on this. We can't just keep having reports come to the full council and decide what to do on a every couple week basis. So I think we should have an ad hoc committee. It's a fluid situation. And something's got to be decided, but it's not going to be this week or next week. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Bruce. I see Karen had her hand up next.
Thank you, Paul. I don't believe an ad hoc committee is necessary on this. I think we have what we need in the interim city manager, his monitoring of it. I believe staff recommendations will get us where we need to be. And one more ad hoc committee is just a burden on the staff. And I just don't think it's necessary.
Thank you, Karen. Mikey, I see your hand up.
Yeah, we're aligned. I agree. I think it's, I'm of the opinion that our city manager is doing a really good job at monitoring this. He really cares about it. In my conversations with him, he's really on top of it. I don't know that we need to add an ad hoc either at this point. I think I have faith that our city manager will keep us posted and we'll deal with this as we need to. because I think personally, I'm ready to be back meeting in person when the time is right. So, and I think, Mr. McCleary feels the same way. So that's how I feel.
Hi, Mikey. Thank you. I would like to take a moment to say that can someone remind us of how many meetings we have in July? Is it 1 or 2 meetings? A single
one,
meeting
Mr.
in
Mayor.
July?
Just one mayor, just one meeting, Mr. Mayor, the July 12th meeting.
Okay. So then our next meeting would, I think, be the 8th or 9th of August. Is that, I don't have a calendar.
The 9th of August.
The 9th of August. So the next question is, do we think we would be ready to do in-person meetings by August the 9th? And what kind of criteria would we be looking to have satisfied to make that a target date? Bruce?
Well, this is exactly what that question, which I think we can't possibly know the answer to today, is why I had proposed that we have a committee. And I might misunderstand whether a committee is helpful or hurtful. So, I mean, I'll actually ask Steve that question, which is, I wasn't proposing it to create more burden or because I don't trust Steve in any way, shape, or form. I thought it would be helpful to Steve to be able to work with 2 council members, because that way, once a plan is formulated, we'd know already what 2/5 think makes sense, and rather than have to possibly go back to the drawing board after it's presented. But if it's more work than it is benefit, I'll withdraw the motion. But that was the reason that I was proposing it.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, would it help you or hamper you?
Pardon me?
I'm just wondering if Steve thinks it would be helpful to him or hamper him in his efforts to figure out what the right result is here.
I don't think it's I don't think it's hugely significant either way. I mean, the council member is right. Any additional committee, it just is more time on staff, but we're here at the disposal of the council, I would also say as well. So sure, it would add a little bit of time. I don't think we would need to do a huge number of meetings. I think the thing to really work out is it's kind of a comfort level question in terms of how you want to come back, not so much as when you want to come back, because obviously we could go back to in-person meetings now, but I don't know that we have the comfort level among the council members. I don't know that for sure. That's my sense here, and I think, and I know among the public and staff, there's conflicting opinions out there. As much, I've heard from people who feel very strongly, as do I, being an in-person meeting has a large number of advantages, and I think we all recognize that. But I'm also hearing from other people in the community and staff who are concerned about coming back, too early, and how you would to define that is obviously hard to quantify. My part of my sense on this is, as I said before, LA County is hoping to reach community immunity in late August. And that may be the time when I think maybe I would say that the vast majority of people, I think, will probably be at a comfort level of being able to walk into a room and not wear a mask. And I would suspect that we're going to continue seeing increasing vaccination rates at that point. So, that's why I say I think it's more a matter of, what we're comfortable with, and that's going to dictate, when we come back.
Thank you, Steve. It sounds to me like you're saying that based on what you're observing and what you anticipate happening, it's looking to you more like the beginning of September is when there will be a comfort level and enough people vaccinated.
Late August or early September is, and again, that's
okay
based on what I'm hearing from the county LA public health officials.
Okay. Bruce, I see your hand.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
I guess, oh, go ahead, Karen, sorry.
I'll just note, I don't know the exact dates, but also for our public schools, in-person school resumes, I think the 3rd week of August. So we might want to consider timing something similar to that.
Okay. Mikey?
I would make a motion that we agree to task our city manager with keeping abreast of this with the community and the council. And we should all feel free to express what we think to him when we talk to him, and brings this forward, keeps us informed and brings us forward as he feels is correct.
Do you think it would be appropriate to ask to make this the first item of old business on the meeting on the 9th of July?
I would ask
Mayor
you that.
Grisanti, was that the August 9th meeting or the July 12th meeting?
I was thinking, I'm sorry, the July 12th meeting.
Well, yeah, why don't we get an update every meeting and as we go and see how this is heading? Because, you know, to Bruce's point, we don't know where we're going to end up. And, but it looks, I mean, I can just tell you right now, I'm not going to want to vote to wear a mask during a city council meeting in person. That, to me, that would be 6 hours of hell, as far as I'm concerned. So I know how I feel there. It's just a personal feeling.
Okay.
So yeah, I would appreciate an update personally, I'd appreciate an update every meeting.
Great. Bruce, I see your hand up.
So what Mikey had proposed was that we all, at our desire or discretion, would let Steve know what we're thinking. I don't know if we're allowed to do that. But
We are. We're all allowed to communicate with the city manager without it being a violation of the Brown Act.
Provided the information is shared amongst council members, and he doesn't serve.
Pardon me?
Provided that he does not serve as a hub and share information amongst council members. That's correct.
So he can know what the 5 of us want to do, even though we're not allowed. I didn't think that was allowed.
Yes, you're allowed to have conversations with the city manager about items of business that are appearing on an agenda. He just can't share, or you just can't share, what that information is amongst each other. That would constitute a serial meeting in violation of the Brown Act.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
So was there a
We
second
have
on my
received
motion?
an update. We don't have to pass a motion to do anything according to what I'm seeing. Is that correct?
We can.
I'll second Mickey's motion.
Yeah, my motion was pretty much what's happening already, but nonetheless, there was a motion and now it's seconded.
Okay, there's a motion that you made and it was seconded.
And a tiny comment, just to Bruce. Yeah, I mean, engaging in active conversation with the city manager on a variety of subjects is probably what we all do, I believe, and should do. So yes, he's constantly in that position of not, and I've never had a city manager tell me what other people are thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't suggesting that would happen.
Oh, I know. Just addressing that issue.
But if he ever does say that I've talked to these people and they said that, I want you to run screaming from the room. So I don't anticipate you will, Steve. Steve, now I've impugned his character. He needs to speak.
I was just going to make a suggestion, Mr. Mayor. We could just keep this on as an old business item on the agenda until we have exhausted it.
Thank you very much. I think that's an excellent plan. So we don't need a motion?
We do have a motion in a second. You're more than welcome to withdraw that motion.
I will withdraw my motion and make it that we keep it on as old business until we don't need it anymore.
Will the second accept that modification?
Certainly.
Kelsey, do you want to take the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Sure. Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, it's 10:54, and I want to bet that we can handle item 7 in about 4 minutes. So item 7A, there's a Senate Bill 9 that is basically an opportunity for the state to take control of our zoning and force us to allow them to increase zoning in our single-family zones and disregard our decision-making and community involvement. In recognition of the fact that we are in a high fire hazard area, the idea of increasing our density, allowing other entity to increase our density and put more people in danger doesn't make much sense to me. So I'm asking that we submit a letter in opposition to Senate Bill 9.
Is that a motion, Paul?
I would be glad to, yes, it's a motion.
Okay, I will second.
Okay.
Probably need to see if there's public speakers, by the way.
Thank you.
Are there any
Excuse
public
me?
speakers?
Thank you for checking. There are no public speakers with them.
Okay, I see Mikey's hand and I see Bruce is up right after that.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is one of the most vital and dangerous bills that we will see potentially while we're elected officials. This has been coming for a long time. Senator Wiener brings it back every year. At this point, this bill as written, if it was passed this way, which it's potentially heading that way, would be an absolute disaster for the city of Malibu and for cities all over California. So minimally, I think as a city, we not only need to oppose it, we need to support other bills that chip away at it. And we also need to really, really support amendments to it, as we may not be able to stop it. The high fire severity zone is certainly a really important one for us related to this, other than other cities that deal with that issue. So I would ask Paul and Bruce to be hyper vigilant with our lobbyists on this issue, and that for every city council member to look for bills related to land use that kind of go into this area, and keep Paul and Bruce apprised of that so they can work with our lobbyists on this issue. So I think this is a disaster waiting to happen, and I'm very concerned this is going to go forward. That's my comments.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce?
Yeah, so I'll echo what Mikey had to say just now, and note that there are multiple bills that are sitting pending that have various ways in which these kinds of things are being achieved. Every one of them can be subject to the high fire severity zone exemption, which solves our problem. I mean, and the way I see it, so Paul's proposing we send a letter, and it's been seconded, and I'm going to agree we should send a letter. The question, though, is what letter? I believe that there's no reason for Malibu to bite off more than it can chew, that it needs to chew. And if an exemption for high fire severity zones were put into this bill, as well as any other bill, we're clean. And we don't need to fight the fight that everyone else in California needs to fight. In fact, if they lose the fight and we win the fight, that's perfectly fine as far as we're concerned. We did raise that with the lobbyists, or I raised that with the lobbyists, and they thought that made sense. So I had proposed a revision which said, hey, you guys, if you think this makes sense, this is great, but it doesn't make sense for a high fire severity zone. We don't need to fight about the other reasons it may not make sense. Consider the fact that you're making things more dangerous in the high fire severity zone areas. And then if other people have other fights they want to fight, let them fight it. But we can actually be the good guys. We could be saying, your bill makes sense, except you got to exempt the fire issue. So the motion was simply to send a letter. I think we need to decide which letter or what letter.
Okay. We have a sample letter here, and I think you proposed an alternative to the sample letter. and I'm wondering how we would go about working out something together with you and I have a call tomorrow with the lobbyist. And I would think that maybe we should tomorrow talk to the lobbyists and ask them what they think of a more general letter or the one you're proposing, and let them guide us.
So could I make a friendly amendment to the motion, which is that
Sure.
we send a letter that is acceptable to the lobbyists after conversing with them?
I'm in favor of that change. I see Mikey's hand.
My worry is that'll end up that both are acceptable, and then how do we go from there? Because, you know, we're the client. So
we have the client, but they're fairly. I know you've had enough experience with them to know that they actually do have opinions, and I think their preference for us is usually if we can find somebody else to support it to the position we want, they're happiest. This position in the proposed letter is very much in favor of what's at League of Cities, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't know if the COG has taken a position on this as well, but I think, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Unanimously opposed.
Yeah. And I think part of what we're experiencing is we are in the County of Los Angeles has approximately 1/3 of the population of the entire state of California. And to me, when I hear politicians in this county talking about increasing density, it makes no sense whatsoever. We're water constrained, we're space constrained, we're running into each other everywhere we go. And Bruce, I'm sorry, I just saw your hands up.
That's okay. You've got the right to speak your piece.
Yeah.
So my thought was exactly what was just said, though, is that, you know, the COG is supporting this, the League is supporting this. Our voice is just going to get lost among all the other voices and really doesn't matter much if we're just sending a Me Too letter. Think of the form letters we get from residents where someone has first did it and then everyone else just signs on. All that tells us there's another person that agrees. We have a chance to make a special point that's relevant to us and which actually highlights the fire danger as being an important policy for the state of California rather than just sending a form letter. That's why I propose that we do something a little different.
Steve, did you want to speak, or does your dog speak on command?
Dog wants to go outside. I agree. I mean, I think you guys you're on the right track. Talk to the consultants or your guys up in Sacramento tomorrow. See what they're suggesting. I think Bruce is heading in the right direction. If we can sort of make sure our letter stands out in some way, I think that gives us a better chance of getting it done. But that's what these California strategy guys are there for. They're supposed to help us figure that out. So use them.
We're already signed on as a member of the COG, right? And the League of California Cities, have they sent a letter already, Mikey? Yeah. So Bruce's proposal is sounding better, but I would like very much to discuss it with the lobbyists tomorrow and then take an action. So
I'll make a motion. We do that.
We already have a motion and a second. I offered a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, which was friendly amended. Kelsey?
Well, do you accept it, Paul?
I accept it.
And does Karen, I think, seconded it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Kelsey?
the motion maker and seconder have accepted. We can do the roll call. Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
Done. Adios, guys.
See you later.
All right.
Thanks so
Thank you,
much for your
everybody.
concentration today, guys.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's work.
Good night, everybody.
No.
Good night.